On the right-hand side, you have some numbers on it. You do not touch those buttons. But you have the blue screen. Above that, there are some buttons. That's for volume, adjusting the volume. And then below that, you have selection. You cannot hear me. Well, how about now? How about now? Now. Thank you. So I was saying that on the right-hand side, you have some buttons. You do not touch those. But on the left, you have a blue screen. And then above that blue screen, you have some buttons. That's for volume adjustment. And below that, you have two where you select the language you want to listen to. And so I'll go through with you. When you see 0, 0, that's a flow. That you can follow in English. And when you press, you see a 0, 1, that's channel 1, that's for English. And channel 2, that's for French. Channel 3, that's for Portuguese. And channel 4, you have Chichewa. And channel 5, you have Swahili. So this is how you do it. If you do not get anything from the interpreters, that means it's either not plugged properly. You just have to unplug and check and plug it properly. But if you still do not get anything, raise your hand and one of our technicians will come and assist. Now at the back, there are those that are using this type. So the ones that are using the wireless, you still have the same thing. You have the volume on the left and the selection of languages on the right. If it does not show you the channels on this screen, it means you have not plugged the headset properly. So when you plug, that's when it starts showing you the channels. So the channels will still be the same. 0 for the flow, 1 for English, 2 that's French, 3 Portuguese, 4 Chichewa, and the last one 5, that's Swahili. So I believe this could be followed, but I could just say it in French for the sake of the French, since they could not even listen what I was explaining. So, je disais aux francophones que vous avez cette équipement juste donc en votre présence là, ce que vous pouvez faire à gauche, donc je veux dire à droite, les boutons là, il ne faut pas les toucher. Mais à votre gauche, il y a un petit écran en bleu. Donc au-dessus, c'est pour le volume. C'est là que vous avez, n'est-ce pas, ajusté le volume. Et en bas, c'est là que vous avez, n'est-ce pas, sélectionné les langues. Donc il y a les chaînes. Et si vous avez un problème, vous pouvez juste mettre votre main en haut. Un de nos techniciens viendra et va vous aider. Donc c'est ça, ce que je peux dire. Merci. Thank you. I think I've explained. One thing I wanted to say is that they should not leave the microphone on. After you have spoken, you should make sure that the mic is turned off. Otherwise, there'll be interference and the interpreters will not be able to follow you. So if your colleague has, forgotten to switch that off, just help in switching off. Otherwise, there'll be interference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zach. Yeah. I will be co-moderating with my colleague, Afshin. So, thank you so very much once again. We are gathered this morning to discuss a very important but crucial, at the same time, controversial subject matter in as far as public finance management and debt management in Africa is concerned. This is one of its kind in Malawi, where we have gathered people from across the continent to partake this deliberation, which is going to be in a form of a public hearing, more of a court case. More details will be highlighted by specific speakers who will speak on the subject matter, but my role this morning is just to invite, this time around, my co-facilitator, moderator, Afshin, to do a bit of the remarks and also introduce our international dignitaries. Afshin.
Okay, I'll begin by acknowledging the Director of Revenue, Dr. Wazi Ligomeka, for being with us today, our partners, Medren, Siatini, ESCR in absentia. You can't hear me? No? Okay, my apologies, I'll restart. Good morning once again. I'll begin by acknowledging Dr. Wazi Ligomeka, who is with us today. Also our partners, the Malawi Economic Justice Network, and also our host, who've been giving us hospitality, welcoming us to the warm heart of Africa. Also our partners, Siatini and ESCR in absentia. Learned councils, members of academia, representatives from civil society, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, we have with us delegates from across Africa. We have, and maybe you can raise your hand as I mention your country. Okay, we have delegates from Kenya. I'm looking at you, raise your hands. Yeah. Then we have delegates from Malawi. We have a confused delegate. Then we have delegates from Zimbabwe. You see, quite a number. We have delegates from the Democratic Republic of Congo, represented, Angola, Ghana, South Africa. Which country have I not mentioned? Nigeria. Okay, any countries I'm leaving out? None? Okay, so this is just to paint a picture of our Pan-Africanism and also the fact that we have diverse Africans in the room from across the continent. Now, I won't be giving you opening remarks, but I will start with two quotes. One is from the United Nations independent expert on foreign debt, Professor Tiawaris. She says, rights require resources. And the second one is from Thomas Sankara, who says that debt is a cleverly managed reconquest of Africa. Why am I saying this? Because debt is, without a doubt, one of the most pressing problems we are facing, not as a continent, but also as a globe. And at the heart of this problem is a broken global financial architecture. But when we look at the global financial architecture, it has many facets, and one of those facets is the global debt architecture. And at the heart of the global debt architecture are the Bretton Woods institutions, which are the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and the World Bank. Now, it has been alleged, as we will see today, that these institutions have entrenched colonial practices. They continue to promote undemocratic governance of debt across the globe, and they continue to affect adversely the social and economic development of developing countries. Like I said, back to rights require resources. Our human rights, including not just our social and economic rights, but also civil and political rights, are affected by our limited resources. In order to prevent another reconquest of Africa, we need to build self-sufficiency. And how do we do that? By securing and unlocking our financial future. But like I said, I'm not here for opening remarks, so I won't say anything further, but I'll invite those who are senior to me to tell you more about today's Commission of Inquiry. First, I'll invite our Executive Director from the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, Jason Braganza, who will be joining us virtually. So, cue Jason, please. 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 Jason, please Please bear with us as we set it up. Thank you. Okay, as we wait for communications to set it up for us, maybe you can chit-chat with your neighbor, get to know each other. If you're from different countries, share one fun fact about your country with each other. You can start.
It's just fixing the sound in a minute, so we can wait for it.
Okay, no problem. Sorry. That's fine. Sit down, sit down.
It's just fixing the sound in a minute, so we can wait for it.
Okay, no problem. Sorry. That's fine. Sit down, sit down.
It's fixing the sound in a minute, so we can wait for it.
Okay, sit down. She's going to sit here, but I don't know where she is.
Hello, good morning. Does that work? Okay, thank you very much, Sheen and Comrade Mike. I hear a bit of an echo, so please let me know if there is Okay, thank you very much, Sheen and Comrade Mike. I hear a bit of an echo, so please let me know if there is Great. Thank you so much, Comrade Mike and Afshin, for the wonderful welcome to Lilongwe, albeit virtually. It is an absolute pleasure to be with you all once again. The last time we had a function of this nature was a few years ago, 2020,
Donc, une
2022,
de l'Assemblée en
where we hosted our second
2023, où est-ce que nous avons eu
African Conference on Debt and Development in Lilongwe and published the Harare Declaration. And it is very nice for us to be back in Lilongwe for another pivotal and very important moment in our continent's history as we embark on the very first International People's Tribunal Africa edition against the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. After 80 years of engagement and existence and engagement in our countries, these two institutions have been responsible for an extreme level of regression, potentially underdevelopment, depending on who you speak with or listen to. And so, before I go into the detail of my opening remarks, let me first of all begin by recognizing the established protocols established by Comrade Mike and Afshin, and in recognizing the representatives from the government of Malawi who are joining us today as key participants and key engagement stakeholders in this process, because as government officials, it is you who are always having the direct contact with these institutions with regards to policy, projects, and programming. I also want to recognize Reverend Innocent Chikopa, the Vice Chair of the Board of Malawi Economic Justice Network. I want to recognize both Bertha, who is the Executive Director of MEGEN, and Mike, Director of Programs at MEGEN, who have been steadfast comrades and partners in arms in this advocacy work against the unequal economic global system. I want to recognize our partners, the Asian People's Movement on Debt and Development, whose brainchild this International People's Tribunal actually is, and we are co-creating the Africa edition with them. Siatini, ISA, the Stop the Bleeding campaign, the African Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows and Tax, the Okoa Uchumi Coalition from Kenya, and all the other partners who have joined hands with us today and tomorrow to be part of this International People's Tribunal. I also want to recognize Comrade Diana Gishengo, who is the member of the Board of Directors of AfriNet's Eastern and Horn of Africa office, headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, for making time in her busy schedule to be with us as well. With that recognition of those present and partners, distinguished comrades and friends, welcome to the Africa edition of the International People's Tribunal, holding to account 80 years of inequality, underdevelopment of Africa at the hands of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. The edition of this People's Tribunal comes at a very important time. Just earlier this week at the United Nations, a very pivotal moment in the progress and towards reforming the global debt architecture was taken, where the Fourth Financing for Development Outcome document was adopted, and within that document, a very specific paragraph, 50F, commits the UN member states to initiating a UN intergovernmental process to reform the global debt architecture. This paving way for the potential to establish a UN framework convention on sovereign debt. Earlier this year, in May, in Lome, Togo, we also had the adoption of the Lome Declaration, which came out of the first ever African Union Commission debt conference that brought together all member states from the continent. And we did that Lome Declaration, a commitment and rallying call for African member states to support the establishment of a UN Framework Convention on sovereign debt. This a clear recognition that the existing global debt architecture is not fit for purpose, does not serve African countries, and more importantly, puts creditors ahead of the priorities of African citizens. Dear comrades and friends, the International People's Tribunal Africa Edition is about making sure the voices of African citizens are heard in the most graphic, honest, unsanitized form of how IMF and World Bank policies affect us as citizens in our day-to-day life. Despite being creditors and funders of development projects in our countries and across our continent, the policies of these two institutions have restricted, to a very large extent, the ability of our governments to create fiscal space to advance our economic and social transformation. The policies of these two institutions have led to ever regressive taxation policies that transfer the burden of taxation to citizens, and particularly citizens in the informal sector, and worse still, women and children. Furthermore, the policies of these two institutions continue to divert resources away from social protection, from social welfare programs from social sectors like education, health, food, water, in favor of providing tax incentives and tax holidays for direct income countries or low middle income countries. Close to half the population of the continent is living under the continent is languishing in a debt crisis. You have 4 countries that have defaulted on their debt, a further 18 that are in risk of high debt distress. So, distinguished comrades, friends, as we enter this International People's Tribunal Africa edition, it is critical and vital that we have not only this global context of how creditor-centric the debt architecture is, perpetuated by these two institutions, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, but also understanding the global context, the African context, I beg your pardon, the African context, that is the imposition and restriction of policy space that undermines our own emancipation and sovereignty towards Agenda 2063 and the sovereignty of an economic transformation of our continent. As we begin this process of listening to evidence provided by our distinguished lawyers and the evidence providers from victims, I implore on the panel of judges not only to look at the merits of the evidence that is put before you, but more importantly, to take into account, in a real perspective, the extent to which we can call the IMF and the World Bank true development partners, given that we find our continent in the state of affairs that it currently is, several decades after engagement with these two institutions. This process is not only about providing evidence, but it's about striking up and provoking a discourse about who we consider as development partners for our continent and for our people. And as we listen to the evidence and as we ask the victims and the lawyers to provide the data and statistics of what has happened over the last several decades of engaging with the IMF and the World Bank, I also implore participants to very critically assess the extent to which they feel these two institutions can actually support the economic transformation of our continent as espoused under Agenda 2063. And lastly, as I conclude, as we take in this information, as we take in the evidence, as we decide how we want to gain institutions, I do wish that the panel of judges, the lawyers, the evidence providers, the victims, the participants in the room will take a moment to read the following critical documents as we chart a common position on this. The first one is the Harare Declaration, which presents a global macroeconomic perspective on how unequal the global governance system is that perpetuates the inequality that we face on our continent. The second one is the African Borrowing Charter that provides for principles around responsible borrowing and responsible lending, and most importantly, for responsibilities of different agencies across government to have oversight in how lending and borrowing is done. The third is the Maputo Declaration, which provides, as the continent is facing, and specifically a feminist lens, so that we can also understand the dynamic that exists in how debt affects not just society, but specific segments of society, and how an alternative perspective is important if we want to have sustainable, long-lasting solutions. And lastly, I'd encourage all of us to read the Lome Declaration together with the outcome document for the 4th Financing for Development Conference in Sevilla taking place in a week's time, And of course, I know all of us are familiar with Agenda 2063 and the blueprint. So as we go through this International People's Tribunal, all these documents are African documents written by Africans for Africa and by Africans. The first three are African-related documents. The second two are African Union Commission documents. It is extremely important, International People's Tribunal, we Africanize the arguments that we are making against these institutions. Distinguished comrades and friends, please allow me to again thank the partners that have put the Justice Network, our comrades' arms, for helping us work through this International People's Tribunal. It is the first time we're doing this, and we very much look forward to an exciting conversation and an exciting discourse and debate and array of evidence that is irrefutable in how the IMF and the World Bank have undermined Africa's economic development and Africa's economic transformation. With those few remarks, I wish to thank you very much for affording me the opportunity, and I look forward to following the proceedings online. Thank you very, very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jason. Jason has pointed out for us multiple issues for us to take into account from not only a global but also a continental perspective. Sorry, we are having some issues with Okay, I believe it is fixed now. Thank you for bearing with us with these technical difficulties. You've been a very patient audience. As I was saying, Jason Braganza, our Executive Director at Aphrodite, has just given us his opening remarks. Next, we will move to opening remarks from Malawi Economic Justice Network, MEGEN's Vice Chair of MEGEN's Board, Reverend Innocent Chikopa. Welcome, Reverend. The floor is yours.
Let me recognize the presence of the Chief Economist in the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Waziona Ligomeka. Welcome, sir. Let me also recognize the presence of the delegation from the National Planning Commission here present. We have government ministries and agencies here present. Madam Ashin Khan, leader of delegation from Aphrodite, distinguished members of the bar presiding over this tribunal, led by distinguished judge Dr. Theophilus Tatsi from Cameroon, our advocates, witnesses, victims, and interested parties taking part in this public inquiry. Comrades from across Africa, we have colleagues from Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, Tunisia, Burkina Faso, Kenya, Zimbabwe, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Our members of the press, both from within and international. Our distinguished partners, the Save the Children and Norwegian Church Aid and Dan Church Aid. Honorable members of the tribunal, esteemed guests, and my fellow Africans. Good morning. On behalf of the Managing Board Chairperson, His Grace, Bishop Dr. Anuel Martin Tumbuka, I would like to take this opportunity this morning to welcome all of you to this tribunal, to welcome you to Malawi. Welcome to the African International People's Tribunal. Our international delegates, let me also welcome you in a special way to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa. I feel you are already feeling the warmth of our hospitality and the smiles over the faces of our beautiful people. The African People's Tribunal is a civil society-led initiative to publicly indict the IMF and World Bank for policies that have entrenched Africa's debt crisis, thereby undermining public services and driven inequalities. Through decades of structural adjustment programs, austerity-driven loan conditionalities, and policy influence over national budgets, the IMF and World Bank institutions have promoted debt-dependent development models that prioritize creditor repayment and macroeconomic stability over inclusive growth. The tribunal is here this morning and tomorrow to hear testimonies on how these institutions, austerity measures, and debt-driven models are harming African development, with the goal of raising awareness, advocating for debt cancellation, and pushing for reforms that prioritize people over creditors. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank have perpetuated policies that prioritize creditor interests over people's needs, entrapping African nations in a cycle of debt, thereby undermining our development. As African people, we bear witnesses to the devastating impact of austerity measures, privatization, and deregulation, which have weakened local industries, reduced public services, and exacerbated inequality. The consequences of IMF and World Bank policies, as cited above, are catastrophic. Are catastrophic in the sense that 43 African countries will cumulatively cut expenditures by $183,000 United States billion between 2022 and 2026, spending 22 times more on debt servicing than social protection. This, in our view, is a human rights crisis. We therefore demand debt cancellation and reforms that prioritize people over creditors. African leaders must also adopt a new public debt management system to ensure transparency, accountability, and parliamentary oversight. We feel that borrowing must be tied to high-impact projects that benefit our people, not just enriching privileged few. On the contrary, African people witnesses consequences for African development among other. On the contrary, the African people must be prioritized so that their lives must change. Consequences for African development are, among others, the following. One, reduced spending on essential services, where debt servicing costs have doubled over the past decade, forcing our African governments to allocate larger share of revenue to interest payments. At the same time, limiting spending on essential services like health and education. Two, hindered economic growth, where the debt burden and associated austerity measures have stifled economic growth, hindering Africa's ability to achieve its development goals. Three, increased inequality, where the policies promoted by the World Bank and IMF have often exacerbated inequality, leaving many of our African countries among the most unequal in the world. We therefore call upon African governments to speak with one voice, pushing for a fair global financing system that serves our people's needs. African governments must be accountable, transparent, and they must do away with corruption that is impinging on our people. We will no longer be held hostage by debt-driven development models that sacrifice our future for the benefit of creditors. Together, we can forge a new path, one that prioritizes economic justice, human rights, and sustainable development. The time is now. This gathering, therefore, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, will help digesting such concepts and zero in on what they mean on an ordinary African citizen. As Malawi Economic Justice Network, we are grateful to be associated with you all for your humility to come from different countries within the continent to be part and parcel of this important discussion. To our online participants, we also thank you for connecting to follow through the discussions and participating through its process. As I conclude my remarks, allow me to express our heartfelt thanks to Afrodad for entrusting Malawi Economic Justice Network with this responsibility to host such an important public inquiry. Our partnership keeps growing from one level to another. Malawi Economic Justice Network also appreciates Norwegian Church Aid, Dan Church Aid, Save the Children for their support and collaboration in this process. Comrades from different civil society organizations here present, we greatly appreciate your presence, and we do not take that for granted. As a believer in the African people, and as a believer in the African spirit, and as a believer in the African philosophy, let us come together and feel the pain of the people who are not here. People are suffering because of the policies that we have cited here, being propagated by IMF and the World Bank. And also our people are suffering because most African governments are careless. They are not good stewards. So let us not pay a blind eye to such malpractices, whether they are being done by the international institutions like IMF or they are being done by our own governments. As people, we must feel the pain when other people are suffering. Let us speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. Once again, welcome to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa. Thank you for your attention. May the good Lord bless Mother Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Innocent Chikopa. You've pointed out for us that we need to be the custodians and representatives of those who are absent in the room. You've acknowledged for us the creditor-centric lending practices. You've also told us about the reduced spending on essential services, among many other pertinent issues. Now, finally, last but not least, for opening remarks is going to be Dr. Wazi Likomeka. I welcome you. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Allow me to recognize the presence of Reverend Innocent Brave Chikopa, Vice Board Chair of MEGIN, Madam Betha Pidi, Executive Director of MEGIN, officials from AFRODAD, distinguished delegates from various countries, including Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Democratic Republic of Congo, Malawi, and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, I am standing here on behalf of the Secretary to the Treasury. He was the one who was supposed to be here and make this speech. Unfortunately, he has other commitments, so he has asked me to be here on his behalf. I have worked with him for a bit of time, so although I don't have his speech, I think I have an idea of what he would have said if he was here. And I think the first thing he would have said was, welcome to Malawi. And the second thing he would have said was, please make sure that you don't go back before trying the most delicious fish you ever eat, jambo. I think you'd have started by that. But really, we're greatly honored to address this important gathering today as we deliberate on a matter that strikes at the heart of economic justice and the future of our continent. First, let me thank sincerely Medjin and Aphrodite for organizing this. It is a timely discussion that we are having. Debt levels in Malawi is at about 16 trillion, and that is about 86% of GDP. And in perspective, the debt levels that are supposed to be well sustainable, the level is about 60%. We are at 86%. So indeed, we need to be having this discussion. So for countries like Malawi, external debt has become a fiscal burden and a structural barrier to development. The cost of debt servicing is very high. In fact, what the Malawi Revenue Authority collects, the revenues that they collect, currently is about sufficient to cover statutory obligations, such as paying salaries for government officials and servicing debt. Then we have all these other expenditures that we need in health, in education, in infrastructure. Why we are failing to be at the level where we should be? Because the debt servicing aspect is way too high. We therefore I join the other speakers to call upon international creditors, both bilateral and multilateral, as well as private lenders, to consider comprehensive debt cancellation for low-income countries burdened by unsettlement debt. This is not a plea for charity, but a demand for fairness and recognition of the development constraints we continue to face due to factors not of our making. At least for Malawi, and I'm sure for other countries, we are in a situation where we have accumulated a lot of debt because of things like historical structural vulnerabilities, because we are relying on our commodities to sell outside the country. But the commodity prices is volatile, and sometimes the prices have been too low, in which case we are forced to get debt. And then we have had natural disasters, climate shocks, cyclones and droughts. And then we have had global crisis, COVID-19, that forced at least the Malawi government to borrow a lot to make sure that we keep our people alive in the hospitals. And then we have, in some instances, we are forced to go through unfavorable borrowing terms, high interest rates, short repayment period. So we are, in most instances, in this situation where we are accumulating a lot of debt as African countries, not because of our own making, but because of the situation we are in. But I think as countries, we also need to show that we are putting in place efforts to ensure that we are able to sustain our expenditure needs. For Malawi, we developed what we called a domestic revenue mobilization strategy. This was a 5-year plan which aimed at increasing the tax to GDP ratio from 12% in 2021 to 17% in 2026. A bold 5-year plan. Today, as I speak, we are at 14.8%, but for this fiscal year, based on our revenue projection, we think that we are going to get to 17% of domestic revenues. And we have a plan to increase the tax to GDP ratio to 22% by 2028. But what we have noted, unfortunately, is that these efforts on their own will still not be enough if we don't get the debt cancellation. This is why we are saying thank you, Imagine, thank you, Avrod, and thank you, everyone who has come to have this discussion and to see how we can push forward this agenda, because the quick recovery of our countries, the development of our countries will largely depend as well on this aspect, debt cancellation. On our own, definitely, we should be able to develop, but it will take us time. The debt cancellation will shorten that period, and indeed it's time that we advocate for it. So ladies and gentlemen, we have to acknowledge debt justice is development justice. We therefore call upon the international community to match our reform effort with meaningful action, cancel the debt, reform the financial system. Let us forge a new path that empowers African nations to chart their own destinies. I thank you for your attention and for standing with Malawi and other countries committed to a future of dignity, sustainability, and self-reliance. Remember, as I finish, during lunchtime, remember the chamber. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wazili Gomeka, for your remarks. You've pointed out for us the alarming debt levels in Malawi, and this is not the trend just in Malawi, but across the continent. Jason mentioned that 4 countries have defaulted on their debt, and another, how many? 18 are at a high risk of debt distress. Now, that concludes our opening remarks session. We will now proceed as follows. We will have a 20-minute break. For the first 5 minutes, we'll head over outside the door. On your right, there's a banner. We'll be taking a group photo there. So let's head on over to the banner first for a group photo, after which we have only 15 minutes for tea break by the pool. Please note the tea in the lobby is not for us. The tea at the pool side is for us. Okay, so 2 things. Group photo right outside, on your right, outside the door, then followed by a 15-minute tea break by the poolside, not by the lobby. I hope that is clear. Once we resume, we will get our Commission of Inquiry members into their positions and we get started. Thank you very much. See you all back here in exactly 20 minutes.
deliberations, we would want to continue with the program. Thank you. As we proceed, we are now getting into the actual business of the day. So I would invite Teddy to the podium to usher in our panel, our judges, and all the people that are participating to this tribunal. So please, Teddy, come over and perform that function. Thank you.
Good morning, comrades. Please clap for me. Yeah, so comrades, I'll start with an interesting fact about the IMF. Despite Africa being home to close to, I think we have 54 countries, we have less than 7% voting power in the IMF and World Bank. That is concerning. Comrades, this should tell you that today you must be here with some sort of conviction, some sort of anger, yeah, some sort of how do I place it? I want to say that you also look very good from this side. I think your looks are very, very good. That from my end, I'm getting a little bit confused. So please clap for yourselves. Okay. Let's go to the business of the day. Today I welcome the two judges, the two commissioners. And the first one will be Dr. Theophilus Tai. Dr. Theophilus Tai is a seasoned legal expert and an appellate judge with a distinguished career spanning, mic check, 1, 2, okay. Okay, am I audible now? Okay, good morning again. Good morning, comrades. All right, that is the energy that I need today. Okay, so I'll introduce our two commissioners. The first commissioner is Dr. Theophilus Tai. Dr. Theophilus Tai is a seasoned legal expert and an appellate judge with a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades in the Cameroonian judiciary. He holds a PhD in law at the University of Duchang in Cameroon. His contribution extends to legal education, where he has mentored law students and pupil magistrates, shaping the next generation of legal practitioners. His work has embodied a blend of judicial excellence, academic rigor, and strategic leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, please welcome Dr. Theophilus Tai. Dr. Theo, you can just step. Okay. Please clap. Thank you so much, Dr. Our next commissioner will be Dr. Fadel Kabob, who is a Tunisian economist specializing in macroeconomic theory, development policy, and financial sovereignty. He is the president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity and associate professor of the economics at Denison University. Okay. So I'm being told that Dr. Fadel will not be joining us, but then we have our very able commissioner who I'll introduce in a minute. But again, for us not to, sorry, just a minute. Thank you so much. Please clap for me. I'm doing a good job here, yeah? Okay. The next commissioner that I will introduce is Diana Chengo. Diana Chengo is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm also from Kenya, yeah. With a postgraduate certificate in movement building, project management, and political pluralism. She is a thorough leader. She is a thorough leader and practitioner of governance, Pan-Africanism, democracy, human rights, and inclusion in Africa for over 12 years. She currently leads the amazing team at the Institute for Social Accountability, TISA, in implementation of TISA's vision. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Diana Chengo. Lastly, I will welcome our secretariat, our able secretariat. I want more conviction in your claps. Please clap for Diana Chengo. Clap with some conviction. Yes. I will again welcome our secretariat. Our room manager today will be Tafadzo. Our room manager today will be Tafadzo. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tafadzo. For timekeeping, we'll have Lorraine. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Lorraine. And for the last time, please clap for me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Viva Africans, viva. Viva. Can I get some energy? You all have had tea, cake, sandwich, a photo, a soda, and something else. Are we hopeless Africans? Viva Africans, viva. Viva. Long live Africa, long live. Long live. Long live rich Africa, long live. My name is Diana Geshengo. I will be the presiding commissioner today. In addition to the profile you've heard, I am an activist who works on economic justice in Kenya, and I convene the civil society and citizen coalition there that is known as Okoa Uchumi, which is Swahili for deliver the economy. We are really trying to save our economy in Kenya, and I know many African states are trying to do the same. Today we have the African People's Commission of Inquiry on the impact of high indebtedness of all the African states and the role that the IMF and the World Bank plays in that particular process. I am joined, and as you can see, this is a People's Commission by my senior, Justice Dr. Theo Tatsi. He has allowed me to be called presiding commissioner. He is many years my senior, but that's the spirit of disruption that comes with this particular commission. A distinguished, I'm not sure when I will ever merit to be a judge of the Court of Appeal in Kenya, but when then I am presiding with a judge of the Court of Appeal, surely I am at the Supreme Court of the People's Court, surely, yeah? We will be leading the proceeding for the rest of the day, and we hope to deliver findings of the African people as will have been presented to us. We are starting at 11:20, and we had hoped to start at 8:30. Sorry, we had hoped to start at 9:30. So we are about 2 hours behind, but the resource of the remaining time that we have, we plan to use it very, very well. I'll begin by introducing councils for representatives of the African people who have faced different challenges. And first and foremost, we have Robert Rizzo, who will be presenting us with the first and second issues. And then we have Farhim Kasim, the second council, who will be representing the people of Africa. And thirdly, we have Dr. Leila Latif, who will be counsel for the third and fourth issues from the people of Africa. I like the look you're giving me. It gives us a lot of hope. We are here. I think the speakers who spoke earlier, including the representative from the government of Malawi, chief economist, I don't think we are beginning from a point of neutrality, okay? When it comes to questioning our debt and our relationship with the IMF and the World Bank, we are not beginning from a point of neutrality. What we have is a fire of memory and the warmth of justice that we hope that this commission will deliver. But to do that, we will be guided by existing instruments of law, the lived realities of the people, and the lived realities of our wealth as the African people and how it has been appropriated by our colonizers, then now the people who control the world in international financial institutions and our very own government. But I am not here to make submissions, as I would have loved to. Somebody decided to chain me by making me a judge or a commissioner. I will deliver. Just to lay the guidelines, we will start with the first issue, which is on debt and counsel. You will have exactly 10 minutes. You will have 10 minutes to prosecute on behalf of the African people this particular issue and present it with the first witness, 10 minutes, then another 10 minutes with the second witness. Then that way we will move to the second issue. Again, here we have only one witness. So counsel, you will have 10 minutes. 30. I am telling you 10 minutes, and I will only extend it by half, because unfortunately we are losing a lot of time. Because that is the only way we are able to have covered issue 1 and 2 by lunchtime. Okay? Because issue 2, you only have one witness, maximum. Issue 2, 2 witnesses. A victim and a witness. My apologies. Then 20 minutes. 10-10. 10-10. It's the only way we manage, because that will give us, very likely with extension, 1 hour for issue 1 and issue 2. Okay? Issue 3 and 4, where again we have one witness, you will have a total of 20 minutes. Okay? That way we are ready to go for lunch, and in the afternoon we hear from interested parties who will each have 10 minutes, and they will take 30 minutes. Per person to make their presentation, and thereafter we'll open it to the people in the spirit of Ubuntu who are giving us global solidarity from across the world, but more so from the continent of Asia, to also make their remarks, and we'll give them 20 minutes as well. These are guiding timelines. Councils, bear with us. I will preside over issue 1, and then Justice Dr. Theo will be the one who will be running the commission for, I'll preside over issues 1 and 2, and Justice Theo will take over the running of the court in the afternoon as we listen to issues 3 and 4, and also the submissions by interested parties and observers or amicus, as the case may be. Okay? Long live justice, long live. So at this moment, Maureen, I think we welcome counsel for the victim and the witness that is presenting as counsel. You're welcome to move the commission.
Good morning, everybody. Before we start the first accusation, I would like to call upon somebody from Malawi who is going to give us examples of how debt has affected them here in Malawi. She is a child, she's only 17 years old. So Rachel, you can come forward and give us your experiences when it comes to debt in Malawi.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable commissioners, if I may, my name is Rachel Yankongurue from Zimba South, Malawi. I am 17 years of age, and I am a child representative drawn from Children's Parliament. I am the Madam Speaker from Zimba South Children's Parliament, and the former Deputy Speaker for 2021 National Children's Parliament. I am here as a victim of huge external debts that have implicated the population of Malawi, the citizen, and not leaving aside the children. The debt implications, they come with unfavorable debt conditions, like the condition from IMF and World Bank. We have recently experienced devaluation of Malawi kwacha. The value of Malawi kwacha has lost its value. Malawi depends on maize, and maize is our staple food. Currently, maize is landing at 50,000 kwacha per bag, which is equivalent to $28.82 US. Again, sugar in the country. Sugar is landing at 6,000 kwacha. Our largest note in the country is 5,000 kwacha. It means our largest note is not able to buy one packet of sugar, which is landing at 6,000 kwacha. Not only that, tomato. In the recent months, we experienced an increase in the prices of tomato. We were buying one tomato at 1,000 kwacha. These are all implications that are coming with the devaluation, which was a direct condition from international monetary funds. Families in Malawi depend on hand-to-mouth businesses. They struggle, they hustle from the hands direct to the mouth. With this current increase in prices, many families are struggling a lot. We have also experienced an increase in school fees. Almost each and every term, the school fees have increased from government schools and private schools. In the recent years, when I was studying Form 1, in 2021, the fees for the government schools, the secondary schools, were landing at 40,000 kwacha. But now in 2025, the government secondary schools, more of them are landing at 100 and something thousand kwacha. For example, Mzimba Secondary School in the northern region of Malawi is landing at 180,000 kwacha, but it is a government secondary school. My family, for example, I am from a family of 3. My dad receives a salary of 200,000 kwacha per month. I am newly selected to pursue Bachelor of Arts in Economics at the University of Malawi. The tuition fee at the University of Malawi is currently at 650,000, equivalent to 370-something US. My dad's salary goes into my tuition fee 3 times. Again, my secondary school brother, who is at Mzimba Secondary School, the fees per term, it is at 180,000. Only my tuition fees and my little brother's secondary school fees is beating my dad's salary with many times in it. From my school, I have excluded the accommodation fees, and have excluded transportation, and have excluded everything to do with food, just tuition fees. Imagine how the devaluation of our kwacha through the IMF condition have impacted the lives of children, because our parents are struggling on the ground. Not only that, my country depends on agriculture. We are an agri-based country. We depend on agriculture for us to survive. Recently, because of devaluation of Malawi kwacha, fertilizer is landing at 150,000 kwacha, roughly. That is depending on locations. So many smallholder farmers have been affected, and many of them haven't harvested as they used to harvest. Because of these conditions, there is reduced subsidies that used to support smallholder farmers. If this is going to continue like this, and regarding that Malawi depends on agriculture, are we going to survive? Are children's lives going to survive? Because many of the people who are suffering, they are the poor, not the rich. The poor are suffering the most than the rich. Let me also continue by tackling the issue of reduced funding to public social protection services. Because of debts, the country, the government prioritizes creditors over the citizens of the country.
5 minutes left.
Yes, Honorable Commissioner. Yes. So, because of reduced funding, for example, to education, we have many students or many children are receiving poor quality education at schools. Let me go to health. If you go to government hospitals now, look at the beds the patients are using. Look at the healthy conditions. And in the country, we have a lot of private hospitals that have higher expenses. And many are opting for the private hospitals because the government is failing to provide good quality healthy services. When it comes to transportation, the distance that we used to pay 500 kwacha, now we are paying at 1,500 kwacha because the fuels are not, we are not finding the fuels and they are running at higher cost. So because of reduced spending to public social services, citizens of the country are suffering. Not only that, the children are even suffering. Honorable commissioners, we are talking of sustainable development goals, which are running to 2063. And one of the goals is high human capital investment, but the government of Malawi is not investing more in human capital. Do you think our country is going to develop? Because of these debts, the government is failing to finance and allocate more resources to health, education, water, and sanitation. So, talking from our children's experiences, all these debt policies, all these debt conditions that the countries adopt now, they burden the children because we are the children who are going to live. By 2063, it's only the children. By 2063, it is the children who are going to suffer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony and your leadership in Malawi. The future is bright under your leadership. Council.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for your insight and highlighting the issues that children and the minority in Malawi are going through. And it's my hope that the tribunal and the commissioners will put that into consideration as they are putting forth their findings at the end of this inquiry. So we'll move on to witness for the accusation number 1. His name is Manuel Pembele from Angola. In this accusation, we're going to deal with debt, and especially on the issue of the conditionalities that are put forth by IMF in the contracting of the loan agreements. We're also going to look at the interest rates and also the lack of credible credit rating agencies. So welcome, Mr. Pembele. Just as a heads up, Mr. Pembele will be addressing the Commission in Portuguese.
Saúdo todos, bom dia. Honorável mesa da Comissão do Tribunal Internacional de Povos da África, eu sou Manuel Pembele Fulutoma, proveniente de Angola, 30 anos de experiência trabalhando na questão de advocacia e acompanhamento das questões dos direitos humanos e também a questão da dívida pública. Queremos, em poucos minutos, começar e esperar algumas questões que nós vamos aqui poder esclarecer em suas instâncias.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pembele. We are ready now to proceed with the questions. And the question number 1 is, Mr. Pembele, kindly highlight some of the conditions included in the IMF contracts with Nigeria, and also highlight to us and explain to us how these conditions affect the sovereignty of Nigeria to independently determine its own economic policies. You can proceed.
Muito obrigado. A respeito dessa primeira questão, nós vamos abordar em dois aspectos grandes. Primeiro, as principais condições de contratos do FMI com Nigéria, inclusive outros países africanos, no caso de Angola, RDC, mas também o impacto da soberania na economia desses países, especificamente Nigéria. Como é do conhecimento de que a assistência financeira do Fundo Monetário Internacional com Nigéria geralmente envolve reformas estruturais e também medidas de austeridade, com o objetivo de estabilizar a economia e restaurar a confiança dos investidores. Só que há o contraditório que essas condições todas impactam significativamente na soberania econômica dos países africanos. Primeiro, a questão da redução do subsídio dos combustíveis. Praticamente sabem que frequentemente a FMI recomenda os países, no caso de Nigéria e os outros, eliminar e reduzir concretamente subsídio aos combustíveis, considerando questões que são insustentáveis. Qual é o impacto? É que ao reduzir esses subsídios, acaba de aumentar o preço interno dos combustíveis, transporte, e isto tudo acaba por cair no cidadão comum. Para aquele que tem poder de renda, conseguem qualquer subida, mas para o cidadão comum, que depende talvez dos pequenos negócios de sobrevivência, aí encontra problema. O segundo elemento tem a ver com a reforma fiscais, aumento das receitas públicas. Essa recomendação aumenta imposto. Temos agora questões, por exemplo, no país onde veio concretamente o imposto que chamamos nós de IVA, é exatamente 14%. É uma novidade para os angolanos durante 1975, época da independência, mas agora o cidadão comum vai à compra de um determinado produto e o que fica praticamente como IVA não corresponde com o volume de salário que ele recebe. E isto, para os consumidores de pequenas e médias empresas, não consegue desenvolver nem atingir exatamente o nível da estabilidade das empresas. E como consequência, 10, 20, 30 empresas que são criadas no espaço de um ano, os outros chegam em um ano, os outros dentro de 2 anos acabam por morrer, porque o custo do mercado é extremamente maior. Depois, a questão da desvalorização, da liberalização de taxa de câmbio. Muitas vezes a taxa de câmbio acaba de tornar flutuante. Dificilmente é que as pequenas e médias empresas saber quanto é que eu tenho que manter do ponto de vista de economia. E FMI procura mostrar tipo que uma taxa flexível para permitir o mercado ter questão de estabilidade da moeda. Mas o que acontece é a inflação, o aumento de custos das importações. Esse custo de importações praticamente leva as pequenas e médias empresas a não conseguir e vê o domínio e o monopólio das grandes empresas transacionais que possuem fundos que trabalham em parceria de público-privado. Para os pequenos não conseguem. A privatização das empresas estatais, também o outro elemento, o seu impacto, perca de controle sobre setores estratégicos e a questão de desemprego que praticamente aumenta dia após dia. Como impacto dessa primeira questão? Limitações das decisões autônomas. Ao aceitar o termo de FMI, o governo praticamente, tanto nigeriano como ficam limitados às suas decisões. Depois, a margem da manobra, o governo não terá margem da manobra, descontentamento social, o povo fica contra o governo e questões de perca de credibilidade e, por último, a dependência externa na totalidade. Se não há dívida, o governo não avança e o povo continua a ser pobre.
The second question is why has Nigeria and Cameroon experienced increased debt levels despite IMF interventions?
Bem, primeiramente que temos que considerar a respeito dessa questão é a questão das estruturas econômicas dependentes às exportações primárias. Nigéria fortemente depende de petróleo. Camarões depende das exportações de produtos como petróleo, madeira, cacau e café. Mas o que acontece? Quando preços internacionais caem, automaticamente as receitas públicas automaticamente também caem e levando o governo a recorrer aos empréstimos. O que acontece com esses empréstimos? Eles pagam exatamente taxas elevadas e são mais pressionados a pagar dívida do que recorrer naquilo que é as condições necessárias do seu povo. E, por conseguinte, o uso, praticamente, os custos sociais das medidas de FMI, as recomendações da austeridade, ou diria, já falamos questões de subsídio, isso pode provocar instabilidade social e crescimento mais lento dos povos, levando os países a pedir mais empréstimos para financiar programas sociais e conter exatamente a crise. A outra questão, a dependência de empréstimos externos para o orçamento, em vez de reforçar a produção local, a arrecadação interna, os governos continuam a recorrer ao financiamento externo para despesas externas, o que não é sustentável para a questão de longo prazo. A penúltima questão, a falta da transformação estrutural. A intervenção do FMI para esses países não abordam suficientemente a industrialização, a diversificação da economia e a inclusão social. Sem transformar a base da economia, os países continuam exatamente vulneráveis. Choques externos e, portanto, continuam a se endividar. Por essa razão, o endividamento público a nível dos países africanos mais e mais vai. Em suma, mesmo com apoio do Fundo Monetário Internacional, Nigéria, Camarões enfrenta dificuldades estruturais profundas. Má gestão da dependência das medidas-primas, política do FMI focada na estabilidade macroeconomia, não garante o crescimento sustentável nem redução da dívida. E na balança fiscal vamos encontrar que existe mais pagamentos e menos implementação das questões ligadas aos serviços sociais.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pembele. And why is the IMF often associated with cuts in public spending?
Primeira questão, temos a questão do poder de voto desigual. FMI, o poder de voto é determinado pela cota e contribuições financeiras praticamente de cada país. Os países desenvolvidos detêm a maioria dos votos. Os Estados Unidos, sozinho, têm cerca de 16,5% dos votos e podem, e também têm o poder de veto em decisões estratégicas e que exigem praticamente cerca de 85% das aprovações. Agora, toda a África subsaariana, por exemplo, tem menos de 5% de votos, combinados apesar de ter mais de 40 países. E isto afeta profundamente a questão da estrutura da governação da FMI. Outras consequências são as decisões, como políticas de empréstimo. Vocês sabem que a África é tomador de lei e não criador de lei. Então, enquanto a África, os governos africanos, dependendo das leis praticamente dos ocidentes, nós teremos sempre como jogadores menos privilegiados praticamente neste campo. As prioridades africanas nem sempre são levadas em conta, porque os governos africanos são obrigados a responder primeiramente às preocupações dos seus credores. E por conseguinte, temos um caso concreto, por exemplo, de Angola. Angola tem este tipo de problema. Duas questões. Negociação do volume de dívida e negociação do período de pagamento. Aí são aplicadas exatamente o que vamos falar depois, a questão ligada às sobretaxas. Esses desafios estruturados, que praticamente herdado do colonialismo, as necessidades das estratégias de desenvolvimento específica para os países africanos, como economia informal, agricultura familiar e subsistência da governação, são condicionados pelo modelo estrutural do FMI. E, por outro, podemos falar das percepções e interesses dos ocidentes. Muitos veem o FMI como instrumento da política externa ocidental, promovendo os interesses estratégicos das economias dos países ricos, e não é exatamente a estratégia dos países como a África. Incentiva reformas, beneficiam os investidores estrangeiros do que investidores locais. Exigem liberação dos mercados e que podem favorecer somente multinacionais e quando as empresas locais eles têm problema. E depois, a outra coisa é a questão da exclusão dos saberes e soluções dos africanos. Significa, nesse tipo de estrutura, a questão dos saberes e as soluções africanas nunca são tidas em contas. Por que nós estamos a dizer isso? Falta de espaço para o diálogo horizontal e para que os países africanos definam suas prioridades e caminhos. Eles não conseguem. E a conclusão? A governança do FMI domina por países ocidentais, enfraquece a sua neutralidade na relação à África, elevando decisões que refletem interesses externos mais do que as necessidades locais. Isso gera críticas legítimas e a eficácia do FMI no apoio ao desenvolvimento justo e sustentável ao continente africano.
And why do the high interest rates imposed by the IMF on African countries interfere with the ability to fulfill economic, social and cultural rights under the international human rights treaties?
As taxas elevadas de juros impostas por FMI aos países africanos, eles interferem seriamente com a capacidade dos países africanos de cumprir os seus direitos econômicos, sociais e culturais, que é a base da sua justiça distributiva, a sua justiça comutativa e a sua justiça social. Os países africanos vê praticamente a destinar uma grande parte do orçamento no pagamento de juros, devido à questão da taxa e sobretaxa. Quando o governo empresta, automaticamente tem taxa. E quando negocia a questão do volume paralelo, o volume financeiro apropriado, e também negocia a questão de moratórias ou questões ligadas ao adiamento do tempo, então ele é aplicada percentagem de taxa e sobretaxa. O que aconteceu? Recentemente em Angola, pessoalmente, tivemos um encontro com o senhor Marco Soto, que é o representante da FMI. Ele nos disse que a dificuldade que está aqui, o problema não é da FMI. A FMI traz a política, mas precisam exatamente fortes instituições para a África, no sentido de que quando há essa questão da negociação de dívidas, praticamente eles vêm com propostas praticamente fortes. O que acontece? As sobretaxas, como ouvimos aqui a nossa menina recentemente, reduzem drasticamente os recursos disponíveis para educação, saúde, habitação e a segurança alimentar. E, por outro, também viola a questão do princípio máximo da disponibilidade de recursos. Por outro, a imposição de políticas dessa austeridade, programa de assistência social e um impacto discriminatório, porque a falta de avaliação em direitos humanos, as decisões da FMI não incluem análise dos direitos humanos. Isso leva à adoção de políticas econômicas que ainda que visem a estabilidade macroeconômica, mas o seu efeito é extremamente negativo nos direitos sociais fundamentais dos cidadãos de cada país. E por último, se me permite, se há um minuto. Ok. O que a gente precisa, no seu contexto, a contratação de dívida ou endividamento público devia servir única e exclusivamente para financiar novas economias, independentemente de não facilitar o financiamento ilícito, para que se compromete a sustentabilidade econômica e social das gerações vindouras. A África e os africanos devem deixar de ser um povo que nasce por cima de riqueza, cresce e morre por cima delas, mas que nunca tiveram visto nem tocar e nem contribuir no seu desenvolvimento. Isso estamos a dizer para a África, basta.
Thank you, Mr. Pembele. Under this accusation, what would like the Commission to establish is, number one, that there are structural imbalances in the framing of IMF and World Bank debt contracts in Africa. The second one is the discriminatory nature of imposed interest rates, and also the need for reformed fair credit rating systems for African countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. If you could help the Commission understand the witness, Manuel, locate Manuel for the Commission. He has given us insights into Cameroon, Nigeria, Angola. If you could help us anchor him in the process. Who is he? Who is he?
He is an expert witness who deals with issues on economic rights in Angola, but his answers on issue number 1, we looked into article number 5, section 3 of the IMF articles of agreement, and also some Nigerian local laws like the International Nigerian Contract Law and International Financial Organization Act of Nigeria.
Thank you, well guided. Thank you very much, Councillor Robert, for leading us on issue 1, and to both the victim and the witness on behalf of the African people. We now move to issue 2, that then will be led by Council Fahim. Total for everything, 40 minutes for issue 2.
Good morning, members of the Commission, advocates of justice, and the people of Malawi, and our international delegates. I would like to take this opportunity first to welcome Madam Lady, who is our victim for accusation number 2. She'll introduce herself and give us her story. She is French speaking.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers membres de la commission d'enquête, c'est un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole ce jour comme victime des impacts des politiques imposées par le FMI et la Banque mondiale sur l'Afrique. Moi, c'est Lydie Asimo-Makuru, je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. De par ma profession, je suis journaliste spécialisée en des questions de paix et développement, gestion et résolution des conflits. Je suis également assistante d'enseignement et chercheuse à l'université de Kisangani, au nord-est de mon pays. je remercie vivement les organisateurs de cette importante activité. Ma plainte ou mon accusation repose sur l'austérité imposée par les programmes d'ajustement structurel. Mesdames, Messieurs les membres de la commission d'enquête, je ne suis pas une experte ce jour, je suis une victime directe. Je suis une victime parmi tant d'autres. Je suis né en RDC, j'ai grandi dans un pays riche en ressources, mais malheureusement étranglé par des dettes qui ne sont pas les nôtres. Aujourd'hui, devant cette auguste commission, je parle non comme chercheuse, non plus comme journaliste. Je parle comme une femme qui a été brisée par un système économique qui a tué mon père, brisé mon corps, un système économique qui a volé plusieurs années de dignité à mon peuple. Je ne suis pas venu avec des graphiques ici, mais je suis venu avec des cicatrices. Celle d'une fille qui a perdu son père dans un hôpital public en crise. Celle d'une femme qui a perdu sa grossesse faute de conditions de travail indécentes. Je suis une victime directe des politiques d'austérité imposées par les programmes d'ajustement structurel, orchestrés par le Fonds monétaire international et la Banque mondiale depuis les années 80. C'est à travers cette douleur intime, ces pertes irréparables, que je viens aujourd'hui évoquer mon expérience personnelle, mais aussi une manière pour moi de déposer une plainte parce que c'est tellement douloureuse mon expérience. Premièrement, je disais tout à l'heure, il s'agit de la mort de mon papa. Nous sommes en février 2019. Chers membres de la commission, l'un des exemples les plus concrets des politiques de FMI et de la Banque mondiale sur la santé en RDC, c'est la crise des hôpitaux publics. Des hôpitaux dans un état critique en raison du manque du financement public. Mon père, alors personnel, lui-même d'une université publique, est mort le 11 février 2019 dans un hôpital public sans personnel médical formel, fonctionnel voulais-je dire, les médecins étant en grève à cause du non-paiement des salaires, mais aussi non-amélioration des conditions de vie, de travail. Il n'y avait donc ni scanner, ni médicaments, pas par négligence, mais par défaut de moyens. Pour un simple examen du cœur, il fallait déplacer mon père de son lit de l'hôpital vers une structure médicale privée de la ville. Médecins en grève, pas de médicaments, plateau technique vétuste. Imaginez-vous. Chers membres de la commission, je me permets ici de dire tout haut que mon père est mort à cause du sous-financement du secteur de la santé, lié aux restrictions budgétaires imposées par les programmes d'ajustement structurel, qui ont exigé la réduction de la masse salariale publique. Mesdames et messieurs, cette douleur n'est pas seulement la mienne. 80% des Congolais se soignent à leurs propres frais aujourd'hui, car les hôpitaux publics manquent presque de tout. Ces détails, on peut les retrouver dans les rapports rendus publics par l'UNICEF en 2023 dans mon pays. Mesdames et messieurs, chers membres de la commission d'enquête, il faut reconnaître ici que le remboursement de la dette empêche l'État congolais de financer correctement les secteurs de la santé, laissant les hôpitaux publics dans un état de quasi-abandon sans une révision des priorités budgétaires. Hélas, cette perte de mon père n'a pas été la dernière. Un an plus tard, c'est mon propre corps, ma maternité, qui a payé le prix du système qui ne protège pas ses citoyens. Honorables membres de la commission d'enquête, la dette extérieure n'étrangle pas seulement les chiffres, mais elle étouffe aussi des vies humaines. Assistante d'enseignement et chercheur dans une université publique de ma ville, en novembre 2020, j'étais à ma 11e semaine de grossesse. Mais pour espérer toucher une prime de surveillance des examens des étudiants, en reléguant au second plan les instructions de mon gynécologue, J'étais obligée de travailler plusieurs jours debout, jusqu'à en perdre ma grossesse. Pourquoi? Parce qu'en cas d'absence, je perdais la prime de surveillance qui me permettait de vivre. Mon petit salaire étant donc en retard. Je n'avais aucune sécurité de revenus, aucun filet de protection sociale. Allez-y comprendre, chers membres de la Commission. Mesdames et messieurs, l'austérité est une violence qui tue. Ces drames personnels que j'ai vécus témoignent surtout la souffrance silencieuse de toute une génération d'enseignants congolais, sacrifiés sur l'autel d'un système économique qui ne leur laisse aucune dignité. En 2022, imaginez-vous, le gouvernement congolais n'a consacré que 1,7% de son budget au secteur de l'enseignement. Ces rapports se retrouvent même dans les annales de notre ministère de budget au pays. Auguste membre de la Commission,
3 minutes left.
Auguste membre de la Commission, ces chiffres ne tombent pas du ciel. Je peux le dire, ils sont la conséquence des exigences des bailleurs internationaux qui ont poussé à la libéralisation, à la privatisation et au désengagement de l'État. Nombre d'enseignants du supérieur dans mon pays, faute de moyens et des perspectives, cumulent de petits boulots ou sollicitent même des contributions informelles auprès des étudiants. La recherche scientifique, n'en parlons pas. Elle ne bénéficie pas d'une subvention publique. Pour preuve, moi-même, je suis à ma 3e année doctorale, mais c'est trop pénible. Je suis d'abord personnel d'une université publique, mais je ne bénéficie d'aucune...
If you could please pause so that we get translation. Thank you.
Thank you. Oui, je disais...
Proceed slowly.
The time.
Don't you worry.
Thank you. Ok, je disais, nombre d'enseignants du supérieur dans mon pays, faute de moyens et de perspectives, cumulent de petits boulots ou sollicitent même des contributions informelles auprès des étudiants. Pire encore, la recherche scientifique ne bénéficie pas de financement public, d'une subvention. Moi-même, je suis à ma 3e année doctorale. Je suis personnel d'une université publique, mais là c'est trop pénible parce que je ne bénéficie pas d'un appui financier de mon gouvernement. Voilà encore l'une des conséquences des exigences des bailleurs internationaux qui tuent le système éducatif. De ce qui précède, chers membres de la Commission, personnellement je demande que les politiques d'austérité soient reconnues pour ce qu'elles sont. Des politiques de privation organisées, dont les victimes sont les pauvres, les enfants, les femmes, les malades. Que justice se soit rendue aux familles comme la mienne, qui ont tout perdu dans un système qui ne voit que les chiffres, jamais les larmes. Ces demandes ne sont pas des slogans, ce sont les cris d'un peuple qui s'élève enfin, après avoir trop longtemps subi en silence. Chers membres de la Commission, pour terminer, je rappelle que je suis une victime directe. Mais je ne suis pas seule, nous sommes des millions. Je vous parle avec ma voix aujourd'hui. Mais sachez que derrière ma voix, il y a celle de mon père. Il y a celle de mon bébé que je n'ai pas pu porter. Celle de toutes les mères, les enseignants, les étudiants, les médecins qui souffrent en silence. L'austérité n'est pas une abstraction. C'est une politique économique qui fait des orphelins et des veuves. Nous avons été appauvris par des politiques que nous n'avons pas choisies. Nous avons été réduits en silence par des chiffres froids. Mais aujourd'hui, nous témoignons. Nous accusons et nous demandons justice. Mesdames et messieurs, chers membres de la commission d'enquête, je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Madam Needy, for that. We clearly have heard the voice of a victim in terms of austerity measures that are kept in place by IMF and World Bank. Honorable Commissioners, distinguished panel, and advocates, yet again, I am Farheen Kassim, representing the African countries whose fundamental rights to health, education, and social protection have been systematically violated through austerity measures imposed by International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Today we seek accountability for a grave complaint that the IMF and World Bank have imposed austerity measures on African governments that deliberately undermine social protection and public services, causing immeasurable harm to the African citizens and violating their fundamental rights. The evidence before you reveal a pattern of institutional capacity and culpability that represents a systematic abandonment of human welfare in favor of creditor interests. This is not economic policy. It is organized cruelty disguised as fiscal responsibility. Our case is grounded in binding international rights, human rights law that these institutions have systematically violated. The International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights establishes unequivocal state obligations under Article 9, 12, and 13 to guarantee social security, ensure access to health care, and realize the rights to education using maximum available resources. I call upon Madam Ene to introduce herself. She is our expert witness. She will explain how debt servicing priorities in Sierra Leone and Tunisia and other countries have systematically destroyed citizens' access to basic services, creating humanitarian crisis in countries rich in resources but poor in fiscal space. We will demonstrate that these austerity measures have failed to achieve their stated goals. Welcome, Madam Ene. Kindly introduce yourself.
My name is Ene Obi. I'm an activist from Nigeria. Honorable Commissioners, distinguished panelists, dear comrades. I'm a Nigerian activist. I'm an African activist. And I've had the opportunity to live in a world before the austerity measures. No African was picking from the dustbin, but because of the austerity measures. Today, Africans are picking from the dustbin. And so, when you are looking at the issues of austerity measures, austerity is a tool of neoliberal governance for market liberalization, privatization, and minimal state intervention. It is a global power, dynamics, and conditions that loans prefer, or loan conditions only reflect priorities of the creditor nations, not necessarily those recipient states. Austerity is a deliberate mechanism of external policy control limiting the fiscal sovereignty of borrowing nations. There is a class implication to this from the political economic point of view. Who bears the burden? I am sure that even in this hall, the working class and the poor bear the burden. The middle class are bearing the burden because each and every one of you here in this hall, you are responsible for the school fees of so many of your uncles or sisters or cousins, school fees. And so we bear the burden. States are locked in when the loans are taken. It is nothing short of enslavement of the African people yet again. Not taking Africans from the shores, but now inside your own continent, your own country, you become slaves. And so with regressive tasks, prioritizing the debt repayment as loans conditions, requiring implementation of austerity measures as conditions for financial assistance. African countries are spending 22 times more on debt servicing than social protection. About 16 countries in Africa have spent more on debt repayment than on education health, and social protection. And I always tell people, when you invest in the human capital, when you send young people to school, you are not doing them a favor. You are building the workforce for your economy. So you are not, unless you are not sensitive, then you have nobody to work for you. So it's not a favor, it's a workforce. Perpetuating, the financial systems using only 1% of their GDP in terms of looking at social protection. There is cuts in public spending. You are looking at education, infrastructure, and social welfare. On health, for example, the systems are underfunded. You have shortage of medicine, understaffing, and poor quality care. Maternal mortality and child mortality is at its highest time. As we have been sitting here since morning, many women have died on the maternity death road. And worse still, because of unemployment, that when you are cut off, because it's only a woman who knows that when the baby is supposed to come, if the baby is not coming, then there is trouble. Because when it is time, nature ejects the baby out of the system. But when it cannot, it means a woman's life and the baby's life is on the line. And so you have so many hospitals that have closed down, and then education, you lack basic supplies. Teachers, I know far back, even in Malawi some time ago, there is a cap on how many teachers you can employ, even when you have large classes. And so you have, more private institutions from what we're having today. The infrastructure, you have maintenance and expansion of roads, issues of expansion, or even the power, electricity, being ignored. Costs in social security, the unemployment benefits, food assistance, and all of that. We do not, these principles or policies are coming from a place where they have social security, where the unemployed are at least giving some stipends, but we don't have that. You have wage freeze, which caps the public sector, including the teachers, doctors, nurses, social workers, and welfare officers, pension cuts, and privatization, leading to shortages, decreased service delivery, and also overburdening and demoralization of the frontline workers. And you have heavy migration that is going on. Many of the ones that, many of the personnel that Africans invested from the public institutions, many of them are working abroad, working in different countries today. Silent migration, they are taking your workforce. And we are here and also looking at what is happening and being demonized. The youth unemployment, Africa is a young country because we have a lot of population. A population is a blessing, not a curse. Africa has the potential and has the ability. Young Africans are hardworking, and that has been shown. And so you have, in a place like Sierra Leone and Tunisia, in Sierra Leone, the GDP, public debt to GDP ratio is 46.2%. And in Tunisia, you have 78.8%. So where are you going to get the money to move yourself forward? Where are you going to get out of the debt? And so the risk is something that we need to look at. Both Sierra Leone and Tunisia illustrates how escalating debt servicing obligations can undermine economic stability and adversely affect the well-being of ordinary citizens. In Sierra Leone, per capita burden, you can see a lot of inflations, and in Tunisia, reliance on domestic loans and also, proposed austerity measures have led to reduced services and social unrest. The UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has consistently warned that austerity must not violate minimum obligations like access to healthcare, and basic, education. And also the UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty in 2018 described austerity measure as a human rights catastrophe, or if that undermines the economic and social rights of the people.
Thanks for that, Madam Ene.
Thank you.
It is interesting how Sierra Leone and Tunisia have really been impacted by the GDP, debt to GDP ratio due to debt servicing, inflation rates, and unemployment rates and public service rates, among others. But how would you assess the IMF and World Bank's role in undermining states' obligations to provide basic social services?
There are human rights violations that are often tied to financial assistance. In this case, particularly the social services, the resulting consequences are being detrimental to the population of Africa, of these countries, undermining their government's obligations to provide basic amenities like food. It undermines social protection, impacting basic human rights. It limits, access to services of citizens in terms of health, and prioritize, interests over, over health or education. The human rights impact. You look at the Article 12 and 13, and also 9 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights. That becomes unattainable for the poorest citizens when governments are forced to slash these budgets.
That is interesting. But as your experience as the county director, kindly explain to the Commission how austerity conditions prevent governments from fulfilling human rights to health, education, and social security.
I want to say that as a country director, as a former country director of ActionAid, I worked in so many counties, like 26 counties in Nigeria. And I also had the opportunity while I was teaching at the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation in Arusha, Tanzania for 5 years. I worked in about 15 countries across Africa and Asia. I have seen poverty. I have seen a lot of poverty. I have seen, what goes on into unemployment in terms of what is carried out, the restrictions on spending cuts, the regressive impact on the vulnerable communities, especially women, children, persons with disability, and the elderly people. Undermining progressive realization of rights, austerity freezes or reverses when you are paying attention to debt repayment, the loss of human capital and economic resilience, the legal and moral obligations, because non-governmental organizations are not governments. We work tirelessly to try to support, but you cannot be government. It is critical that fiscal policies undergo rigorous human rights analysis, aim to build rights-based, right-based systems and not dismantle them.
Okay. Now let's talk about austerity in relation to gender-based discrimination. So noting that you have been working closely with women, youth, marginalized groups, and vulnerable communities, can you describe how austerity measures specifically harm women and girls, noting that 90% of the informal sector comprises of women? And what do you think the consequences will be if they are not able to access their public health and education services?
In most cases, when there is austerity measure and parents have to make choices, the girl child is the first to lose in terms of schooling. And we hear our great daughter, when she was giving her testimony, the competition, where the government fails to be responsible, what you find out is the most vulnerable loses. And that you have women, you have girls, many girls have to drop out, early marriages, you have violence against women, and a lot of things that are happening. The issue of gender-responsive public service is ignored or given very limited attention. Every woman that is pregnant in many countries in Africa is walking on the maternity death road. So many of our women are dying. It doesn't even say whether you are educated or not, because when the health facilities are not available, whether you are educated or not educated, you are on a maternity death road. What have they done? They are only charged they are in charge of human production, and there's the production of the workforce. But on that, they lose their lives. There is higher dropout rate in terms of women, when girls are when education is not well funded. Community welfare declines, and in the communities where women are the primary providers, that's what you find. And so, I like to say that the IMF and World Bank austerity policies in Africa have reinforced the patriarchal structures by overburdening women and girls, denying them equal rights to health, education, and economic opportunities. And for the Commission, I like to say that when there are no hospitals, we are here in this room, when there are no hospitals, who are those that are affected by what happens when you don't have hospitals? It is only, your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, that is interesting.
What's happening?
Now, can you explain to the Commission how prioritizing debt, servicing over human development, actually undermines the long-term economic sustainability, sorry for that.
What you have here, while paying off debt may seem fiscally responsible in the short term, doing so at the expense of investing in health, education, and social protection weakens the very foundation of the future economic growth. You also have, erosion of human capital. Economic development depends on a healthy, skilled, and productive population. The very poor Africans today send their children to school, but they are hungry people. And so how do they maintain themselves, in school? What kind of future Africans are we raising? So there is a higher cost, there is a debt repayment that becomes a vicious circle. This creates a self-defeating loop where debt repayment delays, the very development that is needed, to progress. Without them, business actively, slows, you have jobs that are lost and economies that remain stuck.
Okay. So when we look into accountability aspects, in your line of assessment, what actions should IMF and World Bank do to provide reparations for the harm that has been caused in to African citizens due to the lack of education, health, and social protection aspects?
Thank you very much for the question. One of the things that I have lived through that I like to point out is that I was one of those who, when we were students, we reacted to the introduction of the IMF. At that time, as a student in Nigeria, we did not need the loan, but they forced, the conditionalities on Nigeria. And I still remember very well that how many years after school, in 1996, on the 15th of October, the IMF deputy director apologized to Africans and said they were sorry that the conditionalities, the policies that they introduced to Africa failed. Is it okay to just introduce after you have destroyed every facet of the system? You apologize, and then what? The apologies, so that's why I said from the beginning that it's a deliberate effort to further subjugate Africa. And I will say that now that we are here, I'm happy that this meeting is holding to the Honorable Commission. I will say that they need to officially recognize the negative social, economic, and gendered impact the austerity policies and structural adjustment program has caused. They need to issue a formal apology to countries and communities that have been harmed, particularly on the outcomes such as increased maternal mortality, hunger, educational deprivation. Children of Africa are picking from the dustbins in my lifetime. They need to establish a reparation fund, direct financial support to countries where austerity policies cause deep social harm, cut into health and education. Because then you wonder, a lot of the loans that they are giving is phantom loans, because you don't even know what you are paying for. The citizens don't know what they are paying for. Africa is on the table, but we have no food to eat. The Commission, we need to, I'm calling for that we protect public services, promote progression of taxation, provide quality healthcare and education, eliminate extreme poverty, protect women, children, and marginalized people, incorporate the social protection floor, the ILO recommendation 202, as a baseline requirement in developing financing. Fund gender-responsive recovery programs, especially in African countries where women and girls are hit hardest. And then I'd like to, before I conclude, I'd like to tell you what happened in terms of when they gave a loan in Nigeria, a loan of 4 billion was given in 1978. In 2001, because of the 4 billion, Nigeria paid 16 billion back and still had a debt of $31 billion because of 4 billion. In 2006, they were cornered because Nigeria was leading the countries of no debt, no pay, cancel the debts. I can tell you that they cornered Nigerians. At the end of the day, Nigeria paid another 16 billion. They paid 12 billion, bought bond of 4 billion. That is 16 billion. And they say, we have forgiven you 18 billion. That's a total of 50 billion. A total of 50 billion. That's over 28 years. Nigeria paid back 50 billion. So who is underdeveloping who? What are we doing to Africa? And so, when we are calling for the debt cancellation, we say reparation from IMF and World Bank must go beyond symbolic gesture. They must be structural, financial, and they should be restored. We don't want loans, we want grants. That's reparation. They need to bring in on board. Prioritizing human development, democratically accountability, and justice is how to operate. Is essential for restoring credibility and ensuring that the global economic governance serves the people, not debt metrics. It's wounding to have gone through the facet of Africa. I know the potentials. I believe in Africa. I'm an African, and I stand as an African. Africa needs to rise and fight for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ene. That was an insightful. I'm too far. Let me move closer. Honorable members of the tribunal, today we have presented overwhelming evidence that the IMF and World Bank have systematically violated the fundamental human rights of African citizens through imposed austerity measures. I therefore appeal to you to listen to what our victim and witness have brought before you to endorse the findings of the research and the evidence before you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Counsel, witness, and victim who've presented issue 2. We are requesting the counsels present, and then Mary, counsels to come forward. We would like to caucus on something, and in the interim, I want to request 2 issues have been presented before the tribunal as we caucus, and because this is the African tribunal, the first one is around the debt contracts, how much they deepen structural imbalance, and they become very, very they become very extractive, and the discriminatory nature of the interest rates, and why we need a reformed international financial system. And the second accusation was the impact of austerity measures. So if there are members, people from African nations who would like to speak very succinctly to these 2 issues, give us your experience and your evidence and a recommendation. We will pick 3, and we can have Aphrodite or maybe Mike, you can run with the microphone. Then we can caucus here.
So as the caucus, we can take the immediate reactions and comments by show of a hand. I will recognize you, and then you can switch on your mic and speak. By show of hands, I can recognize you. Okay, yeah. John, and then on the same table, Reverend Mtima. Yeah, John, you have the mic. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mike. My name is John Chipeta. I'm a Malawian. And therefore, what I'll speak is regarding my experience in the context of Malawi regarding how IMF and World Bank, policies have affected our nation. These are the issues that have left Malawi vulnerable to, extreme poverty, but also vulnerable to, different natural disasters which Malawi has been facing over the years. First of all, you all recall way back in the early 2000s, or I should say when we just attained democracy in Malawi, some of the key institutions, ministries, for instance, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, stopped training key essential workers, nurses, extension workers in agriculture, in fisheries, and many other extension workers. That was between 1994 and maybe around early 2000. And this was a time, especially in the health sector, that Malawi was also experiencing high rates of HIV/AIDS infections, but also deaths. And our civil service lost a lot of workers at that time because there was no new trained essential workers to be replacing those gaps in the public sector. All this happened as one of the key conditions that World Bank and IMF imposed on our country, telling our government, then the new democratic government, that if we want to be to be granted, support, Malawi should stop, spending on social services, because in their wisdom, they're saying, or they were saying, training teachers, training health personnel is not the duty of government, but it is the duty of individuals themselves. They need to train is for personal benefit, and therefore government should not have responsibility to train. And we have faced repercussions or implications of those decisions over a very long period of time, and we are still facing the same challenges in these sectors. So it is one of those key decisions that were made, first on our government, but the impact has really been outstanding for all these years. And we can all attest to the fact that it is now, perhaps maybe a few years later, that the government made some decisions to say, well, we have to adjust to train, because I think we don't have options. We are losing, we have lost in terms of training and replacing essential workers that can deliver on social services. So indeed, just to share that experience as a country, this is just maybe one of those case in points, but I know even other countries have faced similar situations as a result of what World Bank and IMF called structural adjustment programs, which affected our nation. So that's one piece of evidence and impact I wanted to share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, John. On the same table, there was another hand. Please proceed.
Thank you very much for recognizing me. This is Reverend Lakwero Mtima. Much has already been said by my colleague, but my mind is disturbed in a way because when you hear the presentations that have been made so far, you will discover that it seems the austerity measures that are being imposed by these borrowers that lend to these countries, give to our nations, it seems as if we are aware of the impact that these cause to the nations, but we are keeping on borrowing. My question is, why are we keeping on borrowing? And now learning from our friends outside countries, for example, what is happening in Burkina Faso, my question is that the way to go? And what can we learn from that? I've been hearing issues of zero deficit. Is that the way to go? And what can we do? Because it seems as if we keep on borrowing, but also at the same time the debt is just accumulating. It will not affect us, but the future generation. Something will be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is well captured, and at an appropriate time, a response will be given. I see the council is back. I can hand over to Councillor Diane to proceed with the processes. Over to you, Council.
Thank you very much for the additional contribution from other people. We will get the commentaries that we may have missed and the complaints that may have been raised when the Commission was having a tete-a-tete with the Council from the clerk. But I have had the last question. Why must we borrow? What are the solutions? And the witnesses who spoke to issues 1 and 2, as well as the victims who presented the stories, will help us to answer that question in the afternoon. I'll now hand over to Justice Theo, who will take us to issues 3 and 4, and we hope to hear from the first victim. Over to you, Judge.
Yes, we call on Dr. Leila to come forward and present the issues of complaints found in issues 3 and 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. Asante sana. I'm Leila Latif, and I'm going to be handling issue number 3 and issue number 4. Issue number 3 is where we are accusing and holding accountable and responsible the IMF and the World Bank for designing structural adjustment programs that have led to the underdevelopment of the continent. And issue 4 will be tackling the aspect about this design of the global financial institution that has been engineered by the IMF. But then the question here is, and I'm going to ask you, the economic, social, governance, fiscal, tax, debt, trade, development, health, education crisis that we are seeing on the continent, is it really an IMF issue? Do we really blame the World Bank for these crises on the continent? The increased levels of poverty that we are seeing in the northern part of the continent, in the southern part of the continent, around the entire continent, are we really saying the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank is responsible for this poverty that has been engineered? The fact that we heard the 17-year-old speak about the crisis that she has in her family, that her father's income is used to spend for education 3 times a year, how is that an IMF World Bank issue? The fact that you're not able to get essential medicines in your hospitals, is that not your government's issue? Why is it IMF's problem, right? And we have to go to the history. Africa was under colonial rule. And in the fight for independence, we had the former colonial masters design for us a legal, fiscal, and economic system that has subjugated the continent, that has pushed the continent to an economic ordering in such a way that we are able to not get out of that poverty net, right? IMF and World Bank have immunity. We cannot sue them. So we're not here to sue them, but we are here to ask questions about their policies that has directly translated to fiscal malgovernance, to the erosion of legal systems, to the problematic design of our debt management architecture that we have in place. So I will be calling upon my expert witnesses who are going to unpack for us what has been the problem with structural adjustment programs? And why is that a legal issue that we have to hold IMF and World Bank accountable for, not the Malawian government, not the Kenyan government, and not our commissioners? Why is it IMF and World Bank? That's what we need to establish. Where is that legal responsibility? I want to know, right? Do we need to have an institution called the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, or do we need a global fund, which is now housed at the Africa Union level? What would justify that? I mean, who are the state parties to the international commitments on human rights? Is it IMF, or is it the government of Malawi? Or is it the government of Kenya, the Republic of South Africa? Who signed the United Nations Charter? Was it IMF, or was it your government? So where is the fiscal responsibility of providing education and health for reducing poverty? Does that not lie with the governments, our governments? Why is it IMF and World Bank? Now the problem is, we are not truly decolonized, are we? We are? We're not truly decolonized. And the IMF institution existed in 1944 to help reconstruct Europe after war, and to also support European countries to get back on their feet after the Great Depression. But the similar principles for which IMF stood for the Western nations is not the principles IMF stands for African and other developing nations, okay? The IMF is an institution that is established to counter decolonization. And I'll tell you how it counters decolonization. Just think of the word spade, S-P-A-D-E. You know what a spade is? You use a spade to dig, right? You're digging the earth. Why do you dig the earth? Because you know there's some minerals, there's some nutrients in there that are going to be, you know, productive and beneficial for use. You can plant crops after you've dug the earth. So IMF with its spade symbolism is extracting revenue, capital, labor, the human resource from the continent. And spade, we will look at this, we will examine it with our witnesses, is the problem of special drawing rights. That's the first legal issue we will be tackling. Special drawing rights have resulted in currency supremacy of European, Chinese, and Japanese currency without any supremacy notion of bringing in African currencies in it. The SDRs, is there Kenya shillings on the SDR? No, it's GB, whatever that thing is called. What is it? Pound. The British pound, the US dollar, the Japanese yen, Chinese yen, renminbi. I don't even care about these things, but you'll not see the South Africa rand as part of SDR. You're not going to see the Kenya shillings as part of the SDR. Our currencies don't matter. So that's the first legal issue of underdevelopment through SDR. And then the P in spade is protection, social protection. What has IMF done to erode social protection from the continent? You heard it from the 17-year-old, and you heard it from Lydie. I don't have to establish that going further. But one would argue and say IMF will advise the government to put in place a specific policy, and then the onus is on the nation state to apply that policy. So how dare do we blame the IMF and the World Bank for causing problems in social protection? That's what we will establish by looking at our expert witness, Kizito, who will be presenting that evidence from the Ghanaian perspective. And then we have A in spade, austerity. And you heard Council Farheen and Madame Ene provide a persuasive analysis on the implications of austerity. I don't have to go far except to mention that austerity is a condition, it's a legal issue. When you have an institution or a creditor provide credit to a particular country, according to the law of contract, that doctrine of privity allows the creditor to impose conditions, what we in law call terms and conditions, warranties and representations. Now, and then there's also the notion of confidentiality in clauses. So IMF, in providing loans, also negotiates with the government on the basis of confidentiality, which is part of the law of contract. The law of contract in itself is a colonial model. Right? So if you're going to basically say we're providing you with a loan of X million dollars at an interest rate of 11%, but the same interest rate is not applied to the US or to Germany. Germany would probably have an interest rate of 1.6%, the US will have an interest rate of 3.6%, but the African interest rate is 11%. Isn't that enough grounds to say that this is going to push the country to adopt austerity measures? But that's subject to evidence. And we're going to see this evidence demonstrated at a later time after we come back, commissioners. And then we have D in spade. D. Not for dog, but for debt. And Robert and his Mr. Pembele, they established the problem of debt. We've got debt contracts that are very exorbitant and are very extractive. And you're going to also hear evidence about how debt contracts have led to a design of colonial capture on the continent. And again, we'll ask the question, why is it IMF that is being blamed for this and World Bank? What role is it that they are playing? Is it not the IMF that is providing funds to the African continent to support their fiscal budget deficits? If IMF doesn't give us the money, where do we go? Are we going to go to China? We're going to go to Japan? We're going to ask the IMF, right? But then where is the core responsibility of IMF when IMF is not the signatory to the UN Charter to establish fiscal sovereignty rights? When IMF is not the signatory to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, it is not a signatory to the right to development, it is not a signatory to the SDGs, it is not a signatory to the Pact of the Future, why are we here discussing IMF and its legal responsibility? So we will be establishing this, commissioners, on issue number 3 and issue number 4. I will now take guidance from the commission as to whether I can call my witness for issue number 3 now. Most
you
obliged.
Can proceed.
Most obliged. Mr. Kizito, if you would take the floor. So thank you for taking the stage, Mr. Kizito. I'd like you to start by introducing yourself and telling the Commission and the distinguished citizens of Africa your expert background.
Yes, Honorable Commission, my name is Kizito Kujo. I'm a business and finance journalist from Ghana. I've been a peer educator. I have been a mentor in most of the business schools in Ghana. I've had the opportunity to interact with policymakers, politicians, and the ordinary people that I represent through my work that I do as a journalist. Thank you.
So, Mr. Kizito, I'd like to start off with the first question. I want you to explain what is a structural adjustment program.
Now, first of all, before I even go on to explain to you what structural adjustment program is, because of the country I come from, Ghana, a lot of you here know Ghana. Ghana, which is quite known across the African continent and Europe, especially because of our resistance to colonial rule at the time. Ghana is among the first countries that fought for its independence in 1957. Now, Ghana is endowed with many mineral resources, many agricultural resources as well, and prime among the agricultural resources is cocoa. But why is Ghana in the picture? Ghana is in the picture because on several occasions, Ghana has been a victim and a subject of IMF and the World Bank. So to talk about structural adjustment program, for the benefit of those of us here who may not understand what we are talking about, I mean, structural adjustment programs are a set of economic policies that are introduced by the IMF and the World Bank as a sort of conditions for countries, especially underdeveloped and developing countries, to comply before they get loans from the IMF and the World Bank. And examples of these conditions include currency devaluation, trade liberalization, you have privatization, and a number of things. But I would like to take my time and explain to you one of the things that happened under some of these conditions, privatization. Now, the first president of the Republic of Ghana, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, established many state institutions, many state factories for the country. Unfortunately, through a series of coups that happened to Ghana, the military regimes, our economy was mismanaged. And eventually, when the constitution was restored, we had to go to the IMF and the World Bank to borrow money to govern the country. But one of these conditions that I talked about, privatization, led to many of these establishments, the factories. Again, I can talk about cutting government spending. In 2010, Ghana was subjected to some form of structural adjustment program, and as part of the condition, government had to put a freeze on employment. Now, when government put a freeze on employment, many people could not get government jobs. Again, we are coming back to the subject of unemployment, particularly for women who could not get employment in government institutions. That meant that household faced a lot of difficulties, and when women are not getting employment, what happens is that they become vulnerable to men who prey on them. Household breakdown and social vices be on the increase. I don't know if, Honorable Commission, I can continue discussing what the Council is asking. Pardon me.
Please proceed.
Well, now let me talk about tax reforms. On a number of times, as part of these conditionalities that our countries are subjected to, a number of taxes are introduced into the country. I give you, for example, electricity and other utilities like water. I mean, for the ordinary person, if you ask the ordinary person to, when government when government remove some form of subsidies on electricity and water, the ordinary person is forced to use borehole, for example. And at this moment in time in Ghana, one of the critical issues that we are facing is illegal mining. What illegal mining has done is that there's so much destruction of the forest reserves and then the water bodies. And so when the ordinary person cannot drink water from the taps and had to go and fetch water from the river, what happens? We all know the dangers that illegal mining is causing.
Let me ask you a question there. Isn't that the objective of the state then, to be able to contain illegal mining and to provide the right to water? Why is that an IMF World Bank issue? And can you tie that to the problem of structural adjustment programs?
But of course, when there is unemployment, the youth is forced to look for other means of employment. And one of the conditions or the potentials of employment, self-employment, is to indulge in what we call illegal mining, because Ghana is a gold coast and we have a number of gold deposits across many areas of the country. So if I'm unemployed, if the government is not going to employ me, what I can do for myself is to find means of survival.
So let me ask you, what are the causes of unemployment?
The causes of unemployment: freeze on government employment.
And where did that freeze of government employment come from?
As part of the structural adjustment programs and the
who
conditionality.
Proposed the structural adjustment programs?
Of course, the IMF and the World Bank.
So, commissioners, that is a direct establishment of the problem that the structural adjustment programs of IMF has resulted to impact the Ghanaian citizens through SAP, which one of the conditions of the SAP was to put a freeze on employment in Ghana. And that is evidence that we are trying to now tender before the Commission to find legal responsibility on the part of the IMF. Please proceed.
Then again, Talking about structural adjustment programs in Africa, I cited Ghana as an example. And of course, it will please the Commission to know that Ghana has since been going through structural adjustment programs from the 1980s as well as in the 2000s. Every time we have to go to IMF and the World Bank, these are the things that we have to face. Sadly, it is not only Ghana. In Africa, we have the examples of Zambia, where they had to undergo structural adjustment programs in the 1980s as well. We have the likes of Nigeria and Tanzania, who have all undergone some form of structural adjustment programs. Now, what happens with structural adjustment programs is that there is loss of sovereignty. Of course, you are going to somebody to borrow, and because I am coming to you to borrow, and you are asking me to meet some conditionalities before I'm able to access the loans that you are giving me, automatically I'm losing sovereignty. It doesn't lie with you to tell me to cut taxes or to introduce taxes. It doesn't lie with you to say I should freeze employment. So when these things are being dictated to us as countries coming to borrow, of course our sovereignty is lost.
So if I may just respond to that, Commission, I'd like to establish the legal issue that the witness has raised. You spoke about the fact that the IMF has resulted in the loss of a country's sovereignty. I'd like to draw the attention of the Commission to the UN Charter. The UN Charter expressly states that every state has the right to its own economic sovereignty, its territorial sovereignty, which means it has the autonomy for its fiscal sovereignty. And when you have a non-state actor, a financial institution, inform a state to design its tax system, it means that that non-state actor is stepping into the shoes of a fiscal design for a government, which then automatically means that that international institution will also bear legal responsibility for the consequences of its proposals as part of the tax reform. And we've already heard from Mr. Kizito the kind of tax reform challenges Ghana has had. During the IMF's proposals, you were asked to increase the taxes in Ghana.
Right.
You're trying to increase the taxes in Ghana, whereas the IMF has also proposed a condition on freezing employment. That in itself contravenes the International Covenant of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, particularly what our witness, Madame Ene, talked about: progressive realization and maximum available resources. So that is an establishment, is an example of how IMF contravenes the international human rights instruments simply by stepping into the shoes and acting as the bank of the state to direct the state on how to chart out its fiscal design. So that is an example and a submission that we are making to establish the legal responsibility. Proceed.
Again, given the things we are subjected to as a country, going to the IMF and the World Bank to borrow, we then fall into a cycle of a culture of dependency. The loans are structured such that almost every now and then we have to find our way back to the IMF and the World Bank to borrow from them. Again, there is the issue of weakened public services. When government cuts down spending, it cripples public health, education, and infrastructure in many African nations, undermining long-term human development. I give you, for example, in 2016, that the NPP-led administration took over power, the government was forced to introduce what we call free secondary school education, just so that we could bridge the gap of education that we have experienced in our country. And, it is as a result of years of cutting spending on, public services, and education is one. So government had to find a way to step up in, bridging the education gap. Of course, when we talk about privatization, which is one of the conditions also that come under the IMF and the World Bank structures, what happens is that we create the platform or the opportunity for foreign institutions, foreign companies to find their way into our economies. And of course, when we want to cite examples of what foreign companies do, I think we are in Malawi, and all of us here will bear testimony to the fact that foreign companies are taking over businesses here. And of course, you know what happens when foreign companies are in control of businesses all across the various sectors of the economy.
Do you think the proposals that IMF have made has a trickle-down effect on individuals in Ghana?
Yes.
Could you give us an example?
That is where I was going to. For example, the inequality gap keeps worsening. I mean, that is one of the critical examples that you can
Inequality between who?
Inequality between the rich and the poor. You understand? I did talk about women, for example. And in many cases, if the surveys are done, if you want to look at the number of people who are unemployed or are poor, women tend to be within those bracket or category. And so when, these conditions are making it hard for the poor to make money, those who fall between the inequality gaps, I mean, of course, will continue to be subjected to a number of conditions, I mean, that I may not be in a position to give examples on.
So I'd like to bring to the attention of the Commission, many African states and other non-African states have ratified the right to development. That's a convention under the United Nations. And part of the right to development means that a country should be able to free itself from a dependency cycle. You've heard our witness Kizito speak about the IMF conditionalities in the form of SAPs that have resulted in a cycle of dependency of Ghana, which directly contravenes the right to development. And on the basis of that cycle of dependency, we've also heard, and I'm reiterating, the freeze on employment. And now our witness has led evidence to say that that freeze on employment has also resulted in inequality in Ghana. Now, when you think about inequality, you have to think about the difference between the rich and the poor that Kizito has mentioned, and also the distinction between men and women when it comes to the labor force, which then means because of the design of the IMF structural adjustment programs, we are also seeing the state is now being pushed to contravene, right, its agreement to ensure that it doesn't design an economy based on discrimination. But on the fact that we have a freeze on employment and we are having that inequality demonstrates discrimination being swept into the state, which then contravenes the International Labour Organization's convention, the ILO conventions that secure employment. We are also seeing the breach of CEDAW, the Convention for the Protection of Women, because we are seeing women will be the ones who are harmed more. So in as much as you might not be able to see a direct policy impact of IMF conditionalities in terms of how it translates at the nation-state level, but these examples are establishing that link. Had it not been, that's the causation, commissioners. Had it not been for the structural adjustment program's conditionality, Ghana would not have gotten into a cycle of dependency. So that again is a breach of the right to development, a convention that is in support of the United Nations member states. Would you be able to give us some examples of privatization? I'd like you to really draw out the example of cocoa in Ghana.
Yes. So of course, with regards to that, for example, SAPS leads to a situation where we become there's the introduction of export-oriented models through SAPS. And then what happens is that we have to export things from our economy to the economies who often benefits more from the IMF and the World Bank, for example. Ghana is a huge exporter of cocoa. Cocoa is one of the #1 things that we export from Ghana, and we export cocoa in its raw form in the beans to places like Switzerland, and they benefit more from the cocoa that we export. And Ghana, the country that produces the cocoa, is unable to get the royalties that, the poor farmers, through their sweat that we are able to produce. Let me also add that, Ghana as a cocoa exporter, exports cocoa beans in its raw form, and is even unable to build a factory to produce jute factory, to produce the sacks that the cocoa itself will be containing. So we have to import the sacks from the same Switzerland that is, enjoying our cocoa beans and giving us peanuts, in the end. Thank you.
So is it true that the fact that Ghana only exports cocoa in its raw material and imports finished products in the form of chocolates is an IMF structural adjustment program issue?
Of course. Our currency is modeled. Would you repeat the question again, Council?
So if I was going to rephrase it, one of the proponents of IMF policies is to push the country towards privatization.
Right.
Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
So how do you think the push to privatization has deprived Ghana from becoming an industrial state?
Because our cocoa has to be exported in its raw state. And when that happens, of course, we can become an industrialized economy.
So that's another example of the problem of privatization, which started off with the Washington Consensus. For African countries to develop, they were basically told, you need to liberalize your trade markets, and for that, you need to be able to export raw materials and then generate revenue to be able to support your own development, which in essence meant that introduction of privatization would mean that we would have premature deindustrialization, as we have seen from the example of the Ghana cocoa. Greatest producing nation of cocoa, but then when you look at the chocolates that are the best selling on the world's market are Swiss chocolates. Most of those cocoas that the Swiss use comes from Ghana, but you're not seeing a commensurate redistribution of royalties or even business profits trickling down to Ghana. And that is the concern of privatization if you're supposed to link it directly in terms of establishing legal responsibility. That also calls into question General Comment 3 on state responsibility. It is always the obligation of the state to ensure that its economic policies support socio-economic development. But when you have an international financial institution conditioning that state to change its economic policy, and then that change results in underdevelopment, like economic freezes on employment, underdevelopment of the cocoa sector. We'll talk about other examples later. It shows that IMF bears a legal responsibility to ensure that it protects human rights. Your evidence so far has shown that the human rights standards and the conditions of IMF are actually disparate. IMF does not work with the compass of human rights in its mind. Am I correct to make that deduction?
You're absolutely right.
So my last question to you would be, what would you want the Commission to rule?
To rule that the IMF and the World Bank, introduce reforms that would give loans that, would be people-centered rather than, rather center on the creditors being the ultimate benefits of the loans that they are giving it to us. In our local language, it is just to say that you give something with your right and you use your left to take it back. Thank you.
Most obliged. Honorable Commissioners, this begs the Commission to direct its mind to the social contract. The social contract here, when we are talking about the global financial institutions, is no longer between the state and the citizens, but it's between the state, the global financial institutions, and the society. And in that effect, IMF and World Bank, when it's choosing to provide loans, in whatever form to any African government, should provide those loans with a strict design in mind that those loans are going to go to support socio-economic development, not to create an extractive economy, which it has been doing, to the extent that today we are seeing the entire continent and the world is in debt to the World Bank, to the IMF, in the tune of over $200 trillion. And with that, we will close our case on issue number 3.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, the victim. And we move to issue number 4. Or give her some time to rest. Mm-hmm. Is it time for lunch?
It is time for lunch.
It seems it's time for lunch. I don't know whether council has the strength to continue with, complaint number 4. Thank you very much. We'll proceed after lunch with complaint number 4, issue number 4. Thanks. Yes, our master of ceremony will give us what we have to do following issue number 3.
For adjournment.
Yeah?
Yeah, thank you so much. So we adjourn for lunch for an hour. Lunch will be served. There are 3 serving points as we go towards the swimming pool and in the main restaurant. So there are 3 serving points just to fast track the process. As we go out there, we'll collect lunch coupons as we are going out there. So let's be back here in an hour's time. This is almost 1:15. Let's be back by 2:15 so that we proceed with our inquiry. Thank you and bon appetit.
issue, which is listed as issue number 4, simply states that the IMF and the World Bank have promoted a global financial system that does 4 things. Number 1, it reinforces the legacies of colonialism. Number 2, it has promoted extractive economic models. Number 3, it has resulted in systemic exploitation and inequalities which have harmed African economies. And finally, it has placed a disproportionate burden on African economies to manage the adverse effects of global economic policies, particularly through the special drawing rights. So at this point, I'm going to call upon a victim. Her name is Tyreen Wasonga, and she's going to narrate to you her story about the direct impact of the global financial system on her social well-being and her economic livelihood. So Terry, please take the stage.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Tyreen Wasonga. Sorry. Honorable Commissioners, my name is Tyreen Wasonga, a law graduate from Kabarak University. I'm one of many Kenyans caught in the shadows of decisions made far away from home. Decisions signed off in air-conditioned boardrooms have never stepped foot in. I stand here not just as a citizen of Kenya, but as a reason why the global financial architecture must change. It was never designed with people like me in mind. The system was born in 1944 at Bretton Woods, at the time when Africa was still shackled in colonial chains. We had no voice, no vote, no say, and no seat at the table. Yet, from the meeting, the IMF and World Bank were backed. Institutions that dictate policies in my country, institutions that hold pen that oppresses us, and decades later, even after independence, little has changed. In 2024, all African nations combined hold only 7% IMF voting power. We get a mere 5% of the total SDRs out of the total $660 billion. Ironically, these SDRs were meant to offer relief.
Please slow down a bit. You're a little bit too fast.
Too fast? Sorry for that. Ironically, these SDRs were meant to offer relief to the debt-distressed nations like mine. But in practice, they have become lifelines for the wealthy, not the struggling. Power still following money, and countries like mine were told to tighten their belts. Because of this imbalance, Kenya is forced to borrow just to survive. And for that borrowing, it comes with conditionalities. So one of the conditionalities include increased taxes, reduce of subsidies, cutting spending, and for this matter, this was established in our 2024 financial bill, which caused an uproar and the birth of the Gen Z movement. So we took to the streets. We marched to the streets, not as the rebels, not as criminals, but people who could not sit down and watch economy overtake humanity. I was among the Gen Z, the Mandamano movement. We were tear-gassed, arrested, dismissed, but that did not stop us. The Gen Z movement is a movement that states that when the government is silent on its people, then the street shall speak. And we spoke loudly. And we are still not silent. We are still speaking. And until that shall be resolved, then we shall not rest. And in cutting public spending, the Linda Mama initiative that helps the women to deliver freely was also cut. Okay, explain to me how somebody who's unemployed is supposed to deliver in a private hospital. Explain to me how an unemployed person like me is supposed to feed on 3 meals. I mean, we are forced to choose between the basic shelter and the necessary medicine, because both those two doesn't go hand in hand in Kenya. You have to choose for the unemployed like us. I'm jobless, just like many youth in my country, fully dependent on my parents, who are also already among the highest taxed because they are employed. Taxes in Kenya take over 40% of salaries. You are like, if it takes 40% of your salary, you are remaining with 60%. In that 60%, you are supposed to pay school fee, a housing levy that you're not even guaranteed you're going to stay in it. In that 60%, you have to cater for medicine and for your school-going children. I mean, how fair is that? I guess the silence takes it. Kenya currently has a debt. Kenya's current debt stands at 11.3 trillion, meaning if each Kenyan paid their individual debt with a population of 57 people, each person would owe 199,000 Kenya shillings, which is basically like $1,500. At this point, you are unemployed. Taxes are rising. You have a debt to pay, a debt that you did not sign for. Policies that you were never in the room when they were being signed. System that doesn't favor you, that doesn't favor us as the youths. Where are we heading as a continent, as a country to be specific? And again, the silence takes it. I hear that does even IMF do their due diligence? I mean, we are already dwelling in debt, but if our Kenyan government go to ask for debt, they'll still be given debt. What's their due diligence? Do they even ask, how much do you have? How do you plan to repay it? When are you repaying it? Or it's all on us as citizens. We have to bear the cost that we didn't even ask for. I pray to these honorable commissioners that you find that the IMF institution and the World Bank should be dismantled. And we as Africans form our own institutions. a place where we can have our own voices heard, because these IMF and World Bank were birthed in institutions where we did not even have a seat, have a say. We don't even have a vote in it.
You've heard from victim 1, victim 2, and victim 3. They've posed a lot of questions directed to IMF and World Bank on the basis of the policies and the implications their policies have had on their livelihoods. We would like some answers. And I want to start by asking you something. When I say Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Milton Friedman, John Maynard Keynes, who are these people? Apart from them being men, who are they? Huh? Men. Western economists. These are the fathers of macroeconomic policy that has shaped the economic ordering of African economies. Who are our African economists sitting in the World Bank and the IMF designing policies for the African continent? I'd like to hear answers from somebody called Mary, who later has the audacity to come and cross-examine some of these victims and ourselves. We'll take that with her at a later stage. But honorable members of the Commission, let me begin on accusation number 4, which is an issue that touches on the impact, the design of the global financial system that has been engineered by IMF and World Bank. I'd want to start, honorable commissioners, to start by saying that the IMF and the World Bank have immunity. That is undisputed. But international law recognizes a fundamental principle that immunity cannot shield systematic violations of peremptory norms. Okay? So when institutions orchestrate what amounts to economic capture, and you've heard Kizito's statement on that earlier on, when they systematically violate the right to development, you've heard Ene speak about that, when they create conditions that breach the most fundamental human rights, and you heard Pembele speak about that, then their immunity dissolves. Do we agree? Let me be clear about the legal foundations that strip away the protective veil that IMF and World Bank claim for themselves. We cannot take us to court because we have sovereign immunity. That's the argument that makes. But today we are here to question IMF and World Bank policies, and we are here to link these towards the unjust exploitation of Africa and the unjust enrichment of Western nations, because that is what has resulted. You've heard from Wasonga's statement, right? There's inequality that has been brought about. So my first point in terms of addressing the legal issues before we begin is the violation of what in law we call the just cogence norms, yeah? The foundation of law itself. Now, just cogence means that there has to be a prohibition against racial discrimination. And that is a peremptory norm of international law. Nobody has the right to discriminate anybody. But when the IMF allocates 67% of special drawing rights to wealthy nations, and Africa receives 1% based on formulas that have been created when Africa was colonized, this constitutes systematic racial discrimination in resource allocation. So the questions about poverty is actually coming from the global financial system. And I would like Mary to respond to that as well, because she's going to question us. I have a right to question her. So no immunity protects institutionalized discrimination, whether exercised through political exclusion or economic subjugation. My second point on a legal issue is that the IMF and the World Bank have led to a systematic breach of the right to development. And I'll spend a bit of time here. In 1986, the UN Declaration, which was reinforced by the African Charter, Article 22, it establishes development as an inalienable human right. Now, when these institutions, IMF and World Bank, force African countries to pay $1.3 trillion in debt service, while the debt grows from $6 billion to $1.8 trillion over a period of years, when they demand or mandate policies that destroyed Nigeria's 350,000 textile jobs, they violate this fundamental right. Now, the European Court of Human Rights, in the case of Waite and Kennedy versus Germany, it established that international organizations' immunity is not absolute, because it must be balanced against fundamental rights, particularly when no alternative remedy exists. Today, if we want to question the IMF and the World Bank, where do we go? There is no alternative. And the case in the European Court says that that is a ground to waive immunity. So we have a legal opening here, commissioners. There's also the Special Court of Sierra Leone in the case of Prosecutor versus Taylor that further affirmed that immunity cannot shield those responsible for systematic violations of international law. And during our accusation number 3 with Kizito, we already established the various breaches of international human rights that have taken place as a result of the structural adjustment policies. The third legal issue here is that the IMF and the World Bank policies, particularly IMF's policies, in the way it's even designed the global financial system, generated austerity measures, brought about problems in the way we are having debt arrangements. It's actually a violation of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the ICESCR. Article 2.1 of this convention requires states to use maximum available resources for realizing these rights. Now, when IMF programs force countries to allocate 60% of revenue to debt service, while millions lack water, education, and health care, when unfair interest rates charges for Africa at 11.6%, while Germany pays 1.5%, these institutions then become complicit in breaching binding treaty obligations. Now, the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has confirmed that international organizations must respect these rights in their operations. Have you not heard testimony today that has shown that these institutions have not respected human rights? Can I have a resounding yes? The fourth legal issue is on the principle of ultra-virus acts. Right? Ultra-virus simply means you've gone beyond your power, you've gone beyond your duty to do something you shouldn't have done. And we're saying that the IMF and the World Bank have acted ultra-virus. Now, the World Bank and IMF articles of agreement require them to promote development and stability. When their policies systematically de-industrialize entire continents, when they create debt traps rather than development pathways, they act beyond their legal mandate. And I don't have to give you a lot of examples, just the austerity measures are enough. Wasonga's statement on what happened in Kenya is substantially enough. And it was established, any acts outside institutional mandates therefore cannot claim immunity protection. That's the case of Waite and Kennedy versus Germany. So we are here legitimately, questioning the IMF and the World Bank on the policies that they have designed and holding them accountable that that design has fiscally disturbed the entire continent. Finally, before I call upon my witness, there's this emerging norm against economic subjugation. We're all talking about the SDGs. We're all talking about the Africa Union Agenda 2063. It's about economic liberalization, economic empowerment. But the way in which IMF policies have been designed, it has resulted in economic subjugation. And we've got UNCTAD, we've got the Africa Union Commission. They have provided us with cogent evidence that says 90 billion annually is lost because of illicit financial flows that is facilitated by imposed financial liberalization. Where is this financial liberalization coming from? From the structural adjustment programs and privatization policy of the IMF. 44% of African debt has shifted to private creditors through deliberate policy. Like I told you, IMF exists to counter decolonization. And you will hear from Honorable Shabalala how this is so. We're also seeing trade rules that destroyed African industries while protecting Western subsidies. Ghana, during colonization, was not allowed to grow potatoes, because the British at that time said Ghanaian potatoes are bad for human consumption. So they would import potatoes from England into Ghana. Then war broke out, and lo and behold, now they were producing potatoes in Ghana because suddenly they became fit for human consumption. But then, when war ended, they basically said, oh, now you cannot go ahead and produce your potatoes. We have to start importing them from England. What does this do? It's a premature deindustrialization, which results in currency devaluation, which results in the country having to become dependent, what Kizito was telling us. This is all about systemic or systemic economic subjugation that has violated the UN Charter's principle on sovereign equality and the right of self-determination, because we clearly do not have it. And you're also going to hear, finally, our evidence that we've been presenting, that over the past 60 years, the IMF and the World Bank has created a global financial architecture that extracts more wealth than it provides. How dare you charge 11% to the continent in interest and 1.6% to Germany? Does that make logical sense? I mean, I don't know how Mary even has the audacity to stand here and question anything, but I mean, pardon me for, for misaligning myself here. Secondly, this GFS, the global financial system that has been created, it has destroyed more industries than it has created. Nigeria started off with about 175 factories, textile and garments, reduced to 20 in 10 years because of SAPs. What does that tell you about the global financial system, right? It is skewed against the proper, full decolonization of the continent. And these same global financial institutions have impoverished more people than it has empowered. And finally, it has entrenched more inequality than it has alleviated. So these are the legal issues that we have packaged in terms of establishing issue number 4 on questions around the global financial system. And I would now like to invite my expert witness, the Honorable Kanyesile Shabalala, to join us on the witness box and to lead evidence to demonstrate to you how this global financial system has undermined African development. Honorable, please join us. Honorable, before you begin, I'd like you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your educational and professional background.
Thank you so much. I thank the court for the opportunity. Whenever people say introduce yourself, I always wonder which one should I take. I'm a former member of parliament. I'm a retired admiral. I'm the first female admiral in South Africa, actually. Most people say first black female, no, first female, period. I have a doctorate. I'm an activist, so I've been around. I was in the bush during apartheid, so I'm a guerrilla too. So I have lived my life to see a protected economy and a liberalized economy according to the IMF and World Bank. I've been to, I think, 39 African countries now, and I can weigh and tell you the difference.
Thank you.
That's me.
Thank you very much. We have a great expert witness here who's actually been right involved in the IMF programs. But I'd like to start by a first question, right? Why are we really blaming IMF and the World Bank policies? Like, why are we saying IMF and World Bank has resulted in undermining the African continent? Could you shed some light on that?
I think I love that question because it makes us realize that if we don't know our history, yesterday's killers become today's saviors. If you truly want to understand who the IMF and World Bank are, you need to go to Europe in the 1400s. That's just before the slave trade and colonization. Europe had just suffered for about 9 centuries what they call the Dark Ages. I mean, collapse of civilization, period. And there was this 100 Years' War between Britain and France that also decimated Europe. And then they were coming into what they call Renaissance, which is a cultural revolution, really. That's a nice French word, but it means cultural revolution. So they needed what they called a place in the sun, meaning they needed people they could exploit economically so they could rebuild Europe. They came with what was called the East India companies. Now, I know most of us know the English, the Dutch, they were popular. Guess what? A country like Italy even had one, the Genoese, the Danish had one. People you don't think had those companies had them. But why were those companies important? Because they were chartered companies. My sister here, Leila, will know as a lawyer, if they are chartered companies, it means they are commissioned by the state. Most of them were given powers to even colonize where it was difficult to extract minerals and wealth from Africa. They were given colonial powers. What did European governments get out of it? Economic kickbacks. But these companies were also the conduit that transferred the wealth, tangible and monetary, from Africa to Europe. Why am I giving this example? Because Europe was in the same position in 1944. The Second World War had decimated infrastructure in Europe. Economies had fallen. Unemployment was high. There was no inflation. It was hyperinflation. Europe was in a bad shape. They were back to 1400. So they knew that they need some way to protect themselves. But why did they need it if they still had colonies? They knew that the tide to decolonize was so high, Africans were rising and saying down with colonialism. So they knew, remember, Ghana was coming up in 1957. So they knew they cannot continue having a colonial presence that is visible in Africa. So they needed a sneaky way. They came up with the IMF and the World Bank. Remember, Leila said it before. When the World Bank was formed, it was never formed to champion economic progress for the globe. It was formed to rebuild Europe after the Second World War. That was its primary aim. The IMF, on the other hand, was formed to control the financial monetary system and the fiscal policy. Why? Because they had come up with a nice thing called neoliberalism or neo-colonization for us. In essence, what does that mean? It means we will give you independence, but we will make sure that your governments are nothing but a post office between us, capital, and the people. We will make sure that we force your governments to liberalize, which means open the economies very prematurely. And when you do that, it would mean, as Leila has correctly said, we are stopping your development. It's not written in black and white. That's not what we say we are doing. But the after effect of it is that which we are doing. So while the IMF and the World Bank are sitting quietly in some corner and no one protests against them, we don't point fingers at them, we swear at our governments, they're actually the cause of where we are. It's called macroeconomic policy. Macroeconomic policy are these policies that we have, and we'll give examples. I think I will shut up and give it back to you so that you can ask the next question. But a macroeconomic policy is the one that says, on paper, it says your economy is growing by 6%, but it does not translate to job creation, doesn't translate to bread on the table, doesn't translate to cutting unemployment. That's what the IMF and the World Bank have been championing in Africa. So for me, just to conclude, they are nothing but the East India chartered companies that were used during slavery and colonization. It's just that this time they are acceptable because they are coming in the form of the banking system.
So that's a very important point that you've raised for us, and I want to put it in the perspective of the macroeconomic policy that you've talked about, right? These institutions, what we call IMF and World Bank, represent the former colonial masters that have designed this fiscal order for ourselves and this economic governance within which we operate our economic activities. And on the basis of this, for them, what is important is meeting a balance of payments. Right? Your exports and your imports must match. So we import a lot, we export maybe a little, we have a deficit. That deficit pushes us to borrow from IMF and World Bank. So the two are the institutions that we call today the global financial system. And my question to you would be, explain to the Commission and the concerned citizens today, how has this GFS undermined Africa? Give us direct examples.
I think before I get to the direct examples, the part I forgot to explain is the chartered companies in Europe in the 1400s operated under what was called mercantilism. That's what's given birth to mercantile law as a form of law for people who study law at university. Mercantilism essentially said Europe should export more and import less, meaning they are giving you what you need or even do not need, but they are taking from you what they want to take. They called it a balance of trade. Mercantilism also said stockpile gold and precious metals, which is what they did exactly. It also said exploit weaker economies for your own benefit. Is that not what the IMF and the World Bank are there to do? So I think the question you asked for me speaks to mercantilism. They just have given it different names. They called it neoliberalism, and then we woke up to it and we were smart and we started protesting. They gave it another nice name called globalization. Now it breaks my heart to hear an African tell me, oh, we are in the global system, and I often wonder which one. You were never even in the first industrial revolution. How are you in the fourth one? Be that as it may. Direct examples, Leila. You know, liberalization, I can talk about it as a person that lived under apartheid. The Afrikaner or National Party economy was a protectionist economy. In 1982, at the height of the boycott against the South African government, you know the rand to the dollar was 1-to-1, 1982. At most, it would dwindle to 1 rand 30 cents, but never more. When was the rand its weakest, if you ask Google? When 9/11 happened. How are we affected? We were in South Africa. They were fighting America. But it's because in 1994, when we took over, we allowed a system called liberalization. We ingrained ourselves into the dollarized economy. So whatever happens to America affects the dollar. Now, can you see the difference? Yes. Height of apartheid. South Africa was boycotted, even sport-wise. But because it was a protected economy, state intervention, the dollar and the rand were at par. For me, that's example one. Textile industry of South Africa. When I grew up in Soweto and I decided I'm playing truant, I'm not going to school, by 10 o'clock you'd wake up, stand at the gate of your home and look around and be like, nah, I'm just gonna shower and go to school. Because it is dead quiet. You could hear a pin drop. People have gone to school, people have gone to work. Today in Soweto, there's no difference between Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. It is the same. Because of high rate of unemployment, the township is the same. You can no longer tell days of the week. But look at our textile industry, Leila. Between 2005 and 2015, we lost 36% of jobs in the textile industry alone because we liberalized in 1994. In 2005, the textile industry contributed 6% to the GDP of the country. By 2021, it was contributing 0.7%, liberalization. That's advices of the IMF and the World Bank. And you asked, why are we blaming them? There's a part we forgot to highlight here. The IMF and World Bank annually do assessment of our economies. Remember, the IMF is in charge of the finance and the fiscal policies. So they look and they say, oh, we think your monetary system is doing this and this. We think your currency is doing this and this, which is how they are the ones who ask government to devalue currency. So when they write that report, if it is not favorable, if they say devalue currency and you say no, they write a report that's unfavorable, immediately you are deemed not suitable for investment. Because remember, we have dollarized the economies. So if you're not suitable for investment, it means you don't have foreign reserves. And if you don't have foreign reserves, you don't have people planting into your economy, it means there's no creation of jobs. Because remember, we've removed the state. We are privatizing, we removed the state. So we are relying on foreign companies, primarily. So when that happens, it will follow with a UN report also, country report, which are done also every year. Then they will say, oh, not favorable, they red carpet you or red list you, which is where Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger are currently. That's why it's hard to even spend CSO money there, because it will not be allowed. So we blame them because when they assess our economies and they give advice, Leila, they give advices that make sure that the protection of Western economies, Western as in America-led, followed by Western Europe, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. That's what we define as the West. They are there to make sure that those economies continue to survive at the back of the African economy. That's why we call it neo-colonialism, a new way of colonizing. Another example would be forced deindustrialization. You talked about it. And you gave the example, but I think I want it to hit home. Deindustrialization, and we say forced because we don't make these choices. Nigerian textile industry used to boast at least 200 textile mills, reduced to 20. It employed 500,000 workers. It's reduced to 20,000. You know, I was reading reports that say we shouldn't say it's destroyed, we should say it's extinct, because by 2030 it shall cease to exist. Those are people who used to make their own garments. We look at forced devaluation. We can't finish this talk without talking about forced devaluation, because we stand on the ground where the kwacha has been devalued to a point where you don't know if the kwacha is monopoly money or the kwacha is still money. No, for real. I know we laugh even when people have died because it's a self-coping mechanism, but it's actually sad because the IMF advised Malawi in 2012 to devalue the kwacha by 33%. Who does that? Who devalues a currency by 33% overnight? What's the after effect of a devalued currency? Goods become scarce, there's inflation, they become expensive, black market rises, there's racketeering. Who bears the brunt? The woman. You know, I selected specifically the textile industry to show the after effects of IMF and World Bank policies on the African woman. When you devalue a currency by 33%, it is the Malawian woman who will suffer, because we live, sadly, in a patriarchal society where you could be 12 years of age and you have brothers who are 4, 5, 7 years older than you. When it's sunset, they look at the 12-year-old and they ask, what are we eating? So as a girl and as a woman, you will make a plan with that devalued kwacha of 33%. You will still have to get food from, I don't know, your breast, your hair, somehow you'll provide food.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one last one. We thought that was the worst. Last year, they still asked Malawi to devalue the kwacha by 44%. Now where's the kwacha? That's why I said it's a point where you don't know if it's monopoly money or it's money. I don't even know how Malawians are surviving, truly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioners, the point that has been made here, which is very relevant, is that there exists a global financial system. And through this global financial system, we are seeing contractual terms that are binding nations. And these contractual terms are subjugating nations. You've heard the empirical evidence that the Honorable Shabalala has presented to demonstrate how trade liberalization, forced deindustrialization, and the devaluation of currencies have pushed African economies to the brink at which they are. She has provided evidence from South Africa, and she's provided evidence from Malawi as well. We would submit that this empirical evidence be considered as the makings of the global financial system. My last question to you, Honorable, is that are there any alternatives, any alternative institutions, any alternative mechanisms that African countries can turn to without looking towards this global financial systems? If you could just respond to that and conclude with your main ask. What do you want the Commission today to establish for us? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. You know, if we are given a chance by IMF, World Bank, OECD, the cartel, the American Western-led cartel, to chart our own path, I could be able to answer you. Nkrumah tried. I mean, Nkrumah is the one that warned us not to go the IMF and World Bank route. How did he end up? In a coup, he was away in Asia. When he was couped, he died a lonely man. We have implemented collectively, Ghana included, as a continent actually, only 3% of Nkrumah's warnings to us and policies. And then we keep asking, what's the alternative? Let's read Nkrumah, the alternative is there. And then you look at Sankara. He tried an alternative. What happened to him? His back was riddled with bullets. Oh, the French Secret Service are now agreeing they were involved, which we knew anyway. We didn't need their confession. The CIA is involved. Riddled with bullets, buried in an unmarked grave while the wife and 2 kids had to escape. They couldn't even witness the burial. And then you look at Patrice Lumumba, you hate a man who does not want to be in the IMF and World Bank system to a point where you melt the body in acid. Nothing was found of Patrice Lumumba except a nail, which even a Belgian officer took to make it a trophy. I mean, what is this ruthlessness? Are these people even human? Look at what happened to Jacob Zuma people. Nationalist, standard 4 education.
3 minutes left.
But nationalist. The banks in South Africa, evidence has sufficed, they collaborated to devalue the rand between 2005 and 2013. Who's been dragged of these banks to court? You know how we stood in parliament, myself included, because I led the chat to tell him to pay back the money, and we insulted him and we did all sorts of things. None of these bank executives have suffered that, but they devalue the rand. If they don't want you, they will use this monetary system to punish you. Look at Zimbabwe. I'm told a quarter of the population is outside Zimbabwe, either as refugees, plain, or as economic refugees. For me, it's the same thing, because they should be in Zimbabwe growing the economy.
So,
why did that happen? Again, punishment of IMF and World Bank, sanctions. So it's hard to have an alternative, because the alternative dies in the cradle. It is never allowed to even crawl, let alone walk.
So what would be your
What do I want from the Commission? I think personally as an African, I don't want the amendment and the reformation of the IMF and World Bank. I just want their total death. So I want the Commission... So I want us as Africans to truly start shouting death to the IMF and World Bank. It's pretty much like the Security Council. Why do we want representation there? It must die. Everybody must come to the General Assembly, where everybody has got one vote, one country. So that would be my response.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Commission. Honorable Commission, I'd just like to make one remark that Honorable Shabalala, in terms of demonstrating her empirical evidence, has clearly demonstrated that the current global financial system has violated the right to development. That's the finding we would like for you to make. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the issues you have put forward. Okay, now we'll move on to have the interested parties come to speak and put forth their own issues. And it's 10 minutes. So 10 minutes for each person. Please, interested parties. Do we have names? Just use the mic.
Josephine Banduhu, Janet Zou, and Mavuto Bamusi for the interested parties, correct?
Thank you very much, distinguished commissioners of this Commission of Inquiry, as well as the audience that is in here, distinguished Africans. My submission is in three parts. And let me begin as follows. In that Africa is under the hammer of what is called an economic hitman. Who is this economic hitman that is moving with a hammer all over our economies, all over Africa? And I will not mince words. I'll get straight to the point. We are talking about the IMF and the World Bank. They come as saviors. They come as institutions to redeem our economies. But at the end of the day, where are we?
Council, we are a commission of record. So if you could please introduce yourself, then you progress with your submission.
Thank you very much. I even forget to introduce myself because of the anger that is within me. Seriously, all of us must be angry, very, very angry, because of what the IMF and the World Bank has been doing to our countries and continue to do to us. My name is Mavuto Bamusi. I've been one of the founders of Malawi Economic Justice Network, and I've been in the civil society in Malawi for about 15 years or so. But I speak here as a bona fide representative of not only the people of Malawi, but of the people of this continent of Africa. So let me get back to my first submission, which is about how the economic hitman is moving around us. Of course, with a specific example of Malawi. In the 1980s, that is when Malawi embraced these so-called structural adjustment programs, SAPs. And in Chichewa, sometimes we translated this to Satana Alipano. Let me help the translators in the translation pool. It means that the devil is here. Satana means the devil. The devil is here. SAP, Satana Alipano, structural adjustment programs beginning in the years, the 1980s. Just like South Africa, Malawi too, the strength of the kwacha, Malawi's local currency, at some point was one Malawi kwacha to one, not dollar, but pound, British pound, 1 to 1. But then later on, as we move along this path in the 1980s, the devil comes, and your guess is as good as mine, because immediately, what we thought was going to be the entrenchment of development and the reduction of poverty was going to be a dream, just an illusion. But let me fast forward, because I only have got 10 minutes. In 1992, when Malawi went through a political transition, and that was also the time when many of our African countries were going through a political transition to embrace what is called multi-party politics or pluralism. At the same time, economic pluralism was also happening, and this I think is what we are now calling neoliberalism. And Malawi was forced to do a number of things. And I would like you to follow me in my submission, Honorable Judge, also, in that how have we been economically hit by this economic hitman, who was also very well, who has been very well explained by that particular author, John Perkins, and even in the new confessions of an economic hitman. Malawi also went through a privatization process. So we had very vibrant industries, locally driven, locally generated, manufacturing all sorts of things within Malawi. The economic hitman...
You have used 5 minutes.
Thank you. The economic hitman demolished this structure. And between 1995 to 2005, 65 companies were privatized. And by the size of the economy of Malawi, that is not a small figure at all. And we were promised, Malawi was promised, just like many other countries, that through privatization, we are going to have a robust economy, we are going to create more jobs, there is going to be economic efficiency, and what have you. But today, I also would like to ask the audience in here, is there economic efficiency in Malawi today? Has poverty reduced in Malawi today? Have jobs been created in Malawi today? Are not many of our students who are graduating from universities languishing in the streets, spending so many years to get a job? Is that economic efficiency? Instead of being promised, given the promised land, the IMF and the World Bank have promised us a lie. They have sold us a lie. And later on, they also started forcing, literally at gunpoint, forcing our governments not to subsidize. Yet, through agricultural subsidies, we think that this would be one of the ways to end hunger. But in 2006, the IMF literally wrote Malawi government and said, if you want to do agricultural subsidies, use your own money. We are not going to provide you with any aid at all. Luckily, we had a bold, strong, and courageous president at the time, being Mutharika, who went on to defy. He defied the IMF and the World Bank and said, I am going to do this as long as if it benefits my own people. That is the kind of courage which all of us must move with. I submit, Honorable Judge and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that this is the time when we must be bold and say no to the IMF, say no to the impoverishing World Bank policies, like recruitment freezes. In the early 2000s, we saw many health workers, nurses, relocating to work in the United Kingdom. Because there were moratoriums here in Malawi, the government could not recruit any more nurses and so on and so forth. They could not provide increments in terms of their salaries because the IMF simply said, we have instituted a wage cap. You cannot spend money in your wage bill beyond this particular level. So there we were. But today, as I speak and as I'm about to conclude, the economic hitman is still around with us. And I would like to vouch and I would like to challenge you in that if you think that there is no corruption in the World Bank, then that is a lie. Because while they preach the message of anti-corruption in our countries, we know that there is serious corruption happening there. Colleagues from Lesotho and South Africa, you are going to agree with me that
you have 1 minute left.
Thank you very much. When the Lesotho Highlands Dam was being constructed in Lesotho to supply water in Johannesburg, there was serious corruption which involved World Bank officials. Some of them were dismissed. So these are institutions that are hypocritical in nature. So finally, I would like to submit, and before I do that, let me just borrow some 30 seconds only, in that the IMF and the World Bank have connived with some of our own people. They are conniving with some of our own businesses. If you look at the commercial banks in Malawi, there are some of the most profitable institutions in this country. The banks are profiting huge profits on an annual basis. Where are the profits coming from? It is because they are lending money to the government, because the government is in serious debt, there are deficits, and so the government has got nowhere to go. It has to go to the banks to borrow money. Out of this borrowing, the banks are making huge profits. I think, and I submit, Honorable Judge, that this is part of the conniving which is there between the international finance institutions and other business actors. In conclusion, I submit that the IMF has paraded failed policies. The World Bank is presiding over fake and failed policies, including the WTO. We're not mentioning the WTO, the World Trade Organization, failed agreements. And these are leading to failed development and the failure of poverty reduction processes in Malawi. Therefore, we need to agree to abolish the World Bank abolish the International Monetary Fund. For this to happen, you need to be courageous. One man with courage is a majority, and one woman with courage is an absolute majority. With courage, we can abolish and do away with the IMF and the World Bank. I submit, Honorable Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mavuto. Janet, you have 10 minutes. Is Janet here? Oh, great. Josephine? Josephine, you have the floor, 10 minutes.
Je rappelle à l'Assemblée que je parle français puisque je viens de la République démocratique du Congo, un pays francophone. Et avant toute chose, j'aimerais aussi solliciter votre indulgence, chers membres de la Commission, parce que j'ai un petit souci de la santé. Je suis en train de perdre ma voix de temps en temps. Ceux qui me connaissent savent que je ne parle pas comme ça. Honorables membres du tribunal, je vous remercie pour la parole. Je me tiens devant vous, non pas comme juriste ou technicienne de la dette, mais comme témoin direct et analyste engagé pour dénoncer les effets profondément destructeurs de politiques imposées à la République démocratique du Congo par les Fonds monétaires internationaux. Et ce que je veux partager est un mélange de vécu personnel, d'observations professionnelles et de témoignages collectifs, car derrière le chiffre de la dette, il y a des vies et des vies des milliers de Congolais. Pour mieux comprendre ce que vit le citoyen moyen congolais, il faut d'abord revenir à la racine du problème, les politiques imposées par les Fonds monétaires internationaux à la République démocratique du Congo depuis plus de 40 ans. Nous sommes là dans les années 1980. La République démocratique du Congo a été soumise à plusieurs programmes d'ajustement structurel dictés par les Fonds monétaires internationaux, autrement les FMI. Et ces programmes exigent la réduction drastique des dépenses publiques, mais également la libéralisation de marchés et l'augmentation des taxes indirectes comme la TVA. Cela a eu comme conséquence humaine la détérioration de services de santé. Le Congo est aujourd'hui un pays où on retrouve des hôpitaux sans gants, sans oxygène, sans espoir. Vous trouverez également le personnel médical sous-payé, l'accès réduit aux soins pour les populations rurales et urbaines. Je ne reviendrai pas sur ça, ma consoeur Lydie, lorsqu'elle est passée ici, elle a évoqué cela et ça a même coûté la vie à son papa ou à son père, tout le monde a suivi. Il y a également comme conséquence l'effondrement du système éducatif public. Si vous venez au Congo, vous trouverez qu'il y a des dizaines ou mieux de centaines des écoles abandonnées où il n'y a pas de bancs, pas un seul banc, où il n'y a même pas de tableau, ni de craie pour écrire. Dans mon pays, les frais scolaires sont devenus inaccessibles car très coûteux. Il y a aussi la baisse de qualité de l'enseignement. Et moi qui vous parle aujourd'hui, j'ai grandi dans cette crise. Orpheline de père, j'ai été élevée par une maman ou une mère seule et sans moyens. Et ma scolarité a été un combat, un véritable parcours des combattants. Je me faisais chasser de l'école pour non-paiement, et c'est là de l'école primaire jusqu'à l'université. Je n'ai jamais fait toute une année scolaires ou académiques sans être chassés ou être chassés moins de 10 fois. Imaginez toute une vie en train d'être chassé de l'école parce qu'il n'y avait pas de moyens. Et n'eût été l'amour, ce souci d'étudier que j'avais, ni la persévérance, je ne serais pas devant vous aujourd'hui. Je serais peut-être en ce moment dans un marché en train de vendre des légumes, une analphabète qui ne sait ni écrire son nom, ni décrire sa personne et ne sait rien faire. Donc comprenez un peu ce qui se passe dans mon pays. Une autre conséquence de restriction du FMI, il y a la précarisation de travailleurs et travailleuses, la privatisation massive et gel des recrutements dans le secteur public, entraînant chômage et perte de sécurité sociale. Moi qui vous parle, je reviens encore sur mon histoire. Je suis journaliste à la télévision nationale de la République démocratique du Congo. Et donc, je suis fonctionnaire de l'État. Ça, c'est dans les faits que je suis fonctionnaire de l'État. Mais dans la vie réelle,
5 minutes left.
Je suis travailleuse, yes, ok, pauvre. Je suis une travailleuse pauvre. Parce que j'ai un salaire qui ne représente rien. Je ne peux pas nouer le 2 bouts du mois avec mon salaire. Je n'ai pas d'allocation familiale. Je n'ai pas de prime. Je n'ai pas de transport pour me rendre au travail. Je n'ai pas non plus de sécurité médicale. Combien de fois j'ai failli mourir parce qu'une perfusion coûtait cher ou parce qu'un produit prescrit par un médecin n'était pas à ma bourse, ou encore j'ai été obligée de recourir à l'automédication. Donc on se soigne à la maison sans connaître le vrai diagnostic, sans connaître la maladie ou le problème qu'on a. C'est avec risque et péril. Ces restrictions du FMI ont aussi imposé la fiscalité injuste, hausse de la TVA, d'autres impôts indirects frappant plus directement le pauvre que les riches. Et derrière tout cela, il y a une question de justice. Ces politiques violent ouvertement les droits humains fondamentaux. Les conditions imposées par le FMI ne tiennent aucunement compte des obligations fondamentales de l'État congolais en matière de droits économiques et sociaux tels que garantis par la Constitution nationale et les conventions internationales. Il y a la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. Les violations constatées sont entre autres l'atteinte au droit à la santé, l'atteinte au droit à un niveau de vie décent, l'absence d'évaluation préalable des impacts sur les droits humains. Et le peuple congolais, pour couronner le tout, n'a jamais été véritablement consulté ni représenté dans les négociations de ce programme d'endettement. Les décisions sont prises entre technocrates de Washington et les élites locales, souvent corrompues.
3 minutes left.
Thank you. Et déconnectées des réalités de la majorité. Cela constitue une violation flagrante du droit de peuple à disposer d'eux-mêmes. Là, je suis dans l'article 20. C'est pourquoi, en tant que citoyenne et partie intéressée, je me permets de formuler des requêtes suivantes. Au nom de mon peuple, je demande donc à la Commission de reconnaître les politiques du Fonds monétaire international à la République démocratique du Congo comme une forme de violence économique systémique, je voulais dire. Établir la responsabilité morale et politique du FMI et des élites nationales complices dans la dégradation des conditions de vie en RDC et aussi à appeler à un audit citoyen de la dette et à la restitution de ressources pillées sous couverture de la dette. Soutenir une transition vers une politique économique fondée sur les droits humains, la justice sociale et la souveraineté populaire. Je voudrais conclure en rappelant que c'est le FMI Je voudrais conclure en rappelant que ce que le FMI appelle réforme, c'est pour notre peuple ou nous citoyens des condamnations à la misère. Ces politiques ont appauvri nos familles, affaibli nos hôpitaux et tuent l'espoir de millions d'enfants d'avoir un avenir digne. Ce système n'est pas une erreur, c'est un modèle qu'il faut démanteler, pas ajuster. Au nom de la justice, nous demandons que cela cesse. Nous ne voulons plus survivre, nous voulons vivre, décider et exister pleinement. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Josephine. Thank you. You're from Congo, so maybe Asante will also be African. Thank you for your submission. I'm told Janet is here. Janet, can you make it 8 minutes? Awesome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners. And I would like to thank the Honorable Commission of Inquiry for having me here as an interested party, particularly on accusation 2, on austerity. And I come in as an interested party based on my own story, growing up during the structural adjustment programs implemented in Zimbabwe. I come from Zimbabwe. And one day I woke up and I was facing an issue of dropout from school because my father was retrenched. I was a girl and there was myself and my brother that I come after. And a decision had to be made in terms of the schools that we will attend, or even if we will be able to attend. I only managed to continue because of the social dimension fund that was being provided for by the government. Were it not that, I would not be able to even stand in august houses and before a commission, honorable commission like this one. I would have married very young, probably. I would be a domestic worker, probably. But all that was shifted by the social dimension fund that I had access to. I was one of the lucky ones, actually, because it can never be enough. There are so many thousands and millions of young girls who would depend on it. So, honorable members of this Commission of Inquiry, I appear therefore today to speak on behalf of the women and girls from across Southern Africa, as a Pan-African feminist, as an activist in the economic justice space for over 15 years, and then my own personal story that I have shared with you. I stand here for those whose invisible labor sustains households, communities, and economies, but whose lives are increasingly burdened by the consequences of austerity. We are here to confront an injustice that is both systemic and intimate, very close, wearing a face, and usually a female and a girl's face. The growing burden of unpaid care work, intensified by budget cuts in public services that are imposed under the guise of fiscal discipline. And all across the issues that have been presented here, it cuts across. Today, I would like to ask the tribunal to recognize the gendered violence of austerity and to consider the following, honorable commissioners. That the IMF and the World Bank's austerity conditionalities deepen unpaid care burdens on women and girls by undermining public health care, education, welfare, and welfare infrastructure. That this constitutes a violation of fundamental human rights, including the right to health, education, development, and protection from discrimination as enshrined in various protocols and international conventions, such as the ICESR, CEDAW, and the African Charter. that this commission acknowledges the injustice as structural and recommends reparative economic alternatives that center care, equity, and feminist justice.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have a bit of evidence from a research that we just concluded in 5 Southern African countries that includes South Africa, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Zambia, and Mozambique. In Malawi, the IMF imposed wage caps, blocked the recruitment of essential health workers between 2016 and 2021, even during disease outbreaks. Women in rural communities had no choice but to absorb these deficits by caring for the sick without pay, supplies, or support. And the care economy is not just informal, it is exploited because of these austerity measures. All across the 5 countries that we carried out this research, care responsibilities sharply increase when public services are cut, particularly under debt-related fiscal pressures, and we heard from the other issue around debt that was presented. We are happy to share with the Commission the research findings that we got that are substantiated by the people that we met on the ground who shared their different stories from Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Mozambique. The examples that we have directly reinforce Accusation 3, Honorable Commissioners, which rightly asserts that international financial institutions-driven structural adjustment policies have eroded access to public services, health, education, water, and transferred the cost of survival to women's unpaid care work. But this does not stop there as well as you make your considerations, the Honorable Commission. The harm is also worsened by the complicity of the African governments. Many have failed to challenge the austerity prescriptions. They continue to prioritize debt repayments over investment in care systems. In doing so, they accept the logic that fiscal discipline matters
3 minutes
more than
left.
Thank you. They accept that the logic that fiscal discipline matters more than people's dignity. And once again, it is the poor women who suffer. As I conclude, I have some questions, Honorable Commissioners. Will this Commission of Inquiry, therefore, with all the witnesses that have come here and the victims that have been here, affirm that austerity is not gender neutral? Will it recognize the harm that has been done to women and girls through shrinking public goods and expanding of the unpaid care? Will it call out not only the global institutions that impose harm, but also the African governments that enable it by failing to protect their people? And finally, will this Commission of Inquiry recommend that care work as well be placed at the center of debt justice and macroeconomic policy reforms? Because until we do, Africa's development will rest on the backs of women, unseen, unaccounted, and unpaid. I thank you, Honorable Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Janet. I hope you'll avail your research to the Commission when we retreat. African people, I hope you still have some energy, levels that are left. Yes? For anybody who is feeling strained, we could rise up and stretch for a minute, because we have somebody who believes that the issues and the complaints that have been brought before the Commission of Inquiry are misplaced. And so they will be interrogating the victims and witnesses that have just appeared before the Commission. But before we do that, if we could all rise for a minute. Let's go all the way to Mount Kilimanjaro. Okay? All the way down, and we are now at the bottom of Zambezi Falls. Are we there? Okay, let's try and build a railway from Dakar to Kismayu. Stretch completely. It's a very fast railway. We could go forward to Egypt, or is it Chad? Yeah? And all the way down, is it to Johannesburg or to Soweto? To Angola? Okay, are we better? Yeah, we may take our seats. Council Mary is here to help critique some of the arguments that have been put forward by the councils who had prepared on all the 4 issues, and will lead in interrogating the witnesses. I noticed some of them have left. We start with Emmanuel. Councillor Leila, maybe you can guide me on who takes the stand at any given moment.
Oh, it's working now, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, honorable commissioners, for this commission of inquiry, the members of inquiry, advocates of justice, interested parties, and councils that presented the issues against the IMF. I have enjoyed the session thus far. I am now going to be poking holes and challenging the witnesses that made their various statements. And ultimately, the aim is to help us to really think through the critical issues that have been raised. In my present capacity today, I will be representing the IMF and countering the statements that have been made. But ultimately, I want us to think of this as an opportunity to really refine and sharpen our arguments when considering doing something as significant as challenging these global financial institutions. Now, I'm going to copy...
Sorry, quick one, Council. You'll have 7 minutes per witness. Okay. 7.
So, I'm going to copy a mentor, a good friend. She always starts with an African proverb. And the African proverb that I would like to start with is in Swahili. It says, Nyani haoni kundule. And what that means for those of you that are not Swahili speakers is that a monkey does not see his behind. And ultimately, through the questions that I will pose, I will try to make the case for us as a continent to take responsibility, to be accountable, to change the way we see things and how we respond to issues. I have a set of questions for the witnesses. I'm trying to look through the room and I'm not quite sure if I can see. Oh, okay. All right. So the first question that I had really was about corruption. We can point fingers and say the IMF has done this, the World Bank has done that. However, what happens when we take a step back and look at the role corruption has had to play in our indebtedness? And when I ask that, I would like to highlight the examples of countries that have Eurobonds. They borrowed money under the guise of using it for infrastructural development. The payment date came, they had nothing, and they had nothing to show for the monies that they had borrowed. My question is, where did the IMF come in? Did they put a gun to our heads when we were electing our representatives in government? So that is the first question for the first witness. I have a couple of other questions for the other witnesses, so I'm just going to go one by one. And I had just one question for the first witness, because they did mention the issue of, we cannot go to school, there are no hospitals, or not enough, not well staffed, not well equipped, etc. So that is my first question, and I'll hand over to the respondent, to the witness.
Ok, muito obrigado, honorável presidente da comissão, e também a todos que estão aqui presentes. A pergunta que me foi colocada é uma pergunta muito pertinente. Digo pertinente porque ela nos leva a compreender exatamente as falhas de governos africanos a se envolver nesta questão. A pergunta está sobre a questão da corrupção, se FMI nessa questão, onde está a questão da corrupção que leva a maioria parte deste dinheiro, e também se há uma pistola que foram colocados no sentido que aceitasse esta dívida. Ora bem, pela experiência que nós temos, entendemos que muitos governos africanos não vê o dinheiro pelo qual eles assinam. Isto porque, logo que uma dívida é contratada, na verdade, a grande dificuldade que nós temos como africanos é sabermos ler os contratos, sabermos analisar os contratos e também saber valorizar aqueles que são os nossos próprios recursos humanos. A maioria parte da dívida, que podemos dizer, dependendo de como os nossos governos contratam esta dívida. Há dívida praticamente bilateral e há dívida unilateral. Sobretudo, dívida unilateral, essa avança na questão da flutuação ou depende praticamente do câmbio flutuante. E essas dívidas levam cada vez mais os nossos países a uma taxa elevada. Mas o que acontece? A FMI, ao propor, no caso de Angola, FMI primeiramente concede a primeira parte da dívida considerada dívida experimental. E essa dívida não tem caráter de reembolso. Uma dívida de preparação do terreno. E nós tratamos aquilo como se fosse uma armadilha. Muitos de nós fomos às matas preparar tirar ratos. Quem trata de armadilhas sabe que primeiramente alimenta o rato. Depois do rato entender que este lugar tem alimento, é que depois coloca a armadilha.
5 minutes left.
Okay. Como é que essas coisas acontecem? Praticamente, o dinheiro pelo qual é emprestado aos países, ele começa na questão de introduzir, vamos supor, na questão de recursos humanos. O que será os recursos humanos? Se no país onde contratar a dívida, praticamente tiverem a questão ligada aos recursos humanos, a maioria parte de mão de obra barata virá dos países de onde que são os próprios credores. E o país vai, por entanto, beneficiar de uma pequena coisa. A segunda coisa tem a ver com o modelo pelo qual esse dinheiro é entregue aos países. É entregue através dos meios, é entregue através das pessoas, mas, em contrapartida, os países têm que abdicar ou ser penhorado recursos minerais. No caso de Angola, exemplo, hoje temos 60% da empresa diamantífera quase já não pertence a Angola, 93% da empresa petrolífera não pertence a Angola. Angola vende o petróleo bruto e compra o petróleo refinado. A FMI não põe, mas as políticas pelo quais que impõe na questão de estruturar os nossos países leva exatamente a política do nosso país de uma maneira muito fraca e acabamos por não beneficiar nada do ponto de vista dos empréstimos que nós temos recebido e depois acarretarmos cada vez mais na questão de pagamento da dívida. Ok? Acarretado na questão de pagamento de dívida. Esta dívida, exemplo, Angola, primeira vez emprestou, durante a Covid, lhe forneceram material, depois foi imposta de novo outra dívida, nesse preciso momento tem que pagar cerca de 70%. E os angolanos estão com dificuldade no que diz respeito ao pagamento dessa dívida, se não hipotecar todo tipo de recursos e privatizar exatamente as instituições. O maior problema, em resumo, são as políticas impostas e as decisões pelas quais são tomadas no topo sem a participação do governo local e não consegue participar essas decisões que venham a beneficiar o seu próprio povo, senão decisões para satisfazer o credor. Obrigado.
Thank you so much for that elaborate response. I had just the one question for you.
Yes.
So then maybe I can pose the next questions to the next witness. I believe it was Madame Ene.
Please. Yes, it's from the commission, the commissioners. Yes, before we continue, if I understood the question very well, it's very key to our deliberations because you said it clearly. What is our own responsibility in terms of corruption? Which means what can we do to bring down the levels of corruption that makes us to misallocate the loans to us? But if I can understand him very well, he was talking about the technicalities of receiving the loan and deploying it, which is a different issue. Because, like you said, if the World Bank and the IMF tell us that, oh, we'll give you people money, but due to corruptions, your corrupt practices, your corrupt ways of doing things, this body gets missing. Now, we're in this commission. What ideas do we have to address that issue of corruption? It's very basic in our societies, which means that there is no proper administration of the loans, there is no openness, there is no accountability, and that a few people just keep the loans in secrecy, but we keep on paying these high rates of the loan. So what can we do? What proposals do we have to that issue? It's very, very fundamental, because it's a very good defense of IMF and the World Bank. So he has tried to answer. Maybe somebody might have a better answer for us, and we'll move ahead, because we have to put this into our commission report. What proposals do we have to fight against corruption? It's a big thing in Africa. So
I think if I can sort of add to that, I moved on just because of the time, but if we have maybe 1 or 2 minutes, we can talk a little bit more. I don't know if any, I don't know if you have a response. Yes, okay.
Ok, obrigado. Para questões de medidas ou estratégias para o combate à corrupção ou a boa gestão da dívida, em primeiro lugar, o dinheiro deve ser alocado de acordo com os objetivos pelos quais o dinheiro é contratado ou é contraído. O primeiro objetivo que nós temos pressionado o governo é que a dívida pública tem que ser usada como elemento para a criação de novas economias, significa financiando a industrialização do país e criando estruturas locais de controle financeiro, estruturas eficazes, capazes de ter um controle financeiro transparente, e isto ajuda nessa questão, mas durante a contratação é preciso o envolvimento dos governos locais, inclusive comissões que podemos tratar como comissões multissectorial, onde pode existir estruturas de governo, estruturas partidárias, estruturas ligadas à sociedade civil, até certas estruturas comunitárias, por exemplo, a questão de plataformas, que trata da dívida, fazendo parte dessas comissões na questão de assinaturas de contrato, creio que não estaríamos em condições para alocarmos os fundos no seu devido local. E, por último, o uso desses fundos devem ser cada vez mais acompanhadas, e em cada momento tem que existir uma avaliação interna do país de como é que os fundos foram alocados, e que depois esperaremos a avaliação externa. A avaliação externa, ao vir se eles entram em corrupção com o país, nunca vai nos dar benefício. Mas a avaliação que dará nos benefício tem que ser a avaliação interna, feita pelos próprios peritos do país, que têm como base dos objetivos pelo qual a dívida foi contratada e que acompanharam o uso do mesmo dinheiro e, sobretudo, mostrar evidências físicas de como é que esse dinheiro foi usado a nível das infraestruturas sociais, econômicas e sucessivamente.
Thank you so much for that response, and I think it sort of takes us back to what I said initially. A monkey does not see its behind, and unless we figure out a solution to our domestic problems, then we wouldn't go anywhere. I think Dr. Laila has a...
To the commissioners, I'd like to respond a little bit on the corruption issue. I think it's really fundamental. And like you say, the monkey cannot see its behind, but surely if somebody puts a mirror, it will be able to see it. And that's the job of the IMF. Under Article 4 of the IMF Articles of Agreement, they basically conduct governance assessments. And as part of the governance assessment, there's a requirement that they ask states to commit to anti-corruption as a conditionality. So the problem here is that they do have the substantive governance framework for this, but when it comes to monitoring and enforcement, it's very weak. It is actually not properly monitored, and it is weakly enforced. And the best example is the Mozambique's hidden scandal, the hidden loan scandal that took place. We know where the money went. We know the members of government that were involved in it. But the funny thing is, because this was very public, IMF was also involved, was not involved, but they were aware about how the corruption that took place within Mozambique in terms of the hidden loans, yet IMF is the one that bailed out the same government by coming up with a new program for them. So that is IMF in itself contradicting Article 4 of its governance assessment. That shows that they get countries to under economic duress to come up with different sort of conditionalities, and then corruption doesn't become a huge criteria for them. So that is a fundamental flaw, right? It's a sterile argument. Thank you.
Thanks, Laila. I think that sort of takes us to the next witness. It was Ms. Eni. So the first, I'll just ask all three questions and then you can respond. Or should I do one at a go? I'll go one at a go. Okay. So the first question is, there's been a lot of criticism all morning and sort of halfway through the afternoon about how the IMF and the World Bank operate and how that contributes to serious indebtedness. And I just wanted to ask, or rather to bring to light the fact that both the World Bank and the IMF pair budget support with technical assistance. Now, that means that they're not just coming in and giving you money. There is support on how to restructure your economy and move to being to reducing indebtedness. So that's the first thing I wanted you to sort of make a general comment on. I know a lot of the narrative has been that, oh, okay, all they're telling us to do is devalue our currencies. They're telling us, oh, we need to privatize, we need to open our economies, etc. But for me, I just wanted to sort of highlight what do you feel what do you feel the gaps are in that regard? Because they do provide technical assistance and they're not just giving you free money, which is fantastic. I know Honorable Shabalala said that, look, this is just an opportunity for them to sort of continue that cycle of debt for indebted countries. But my question is, you know, what then?
Thank you very much for the question. I also want to contribute to the issue of corruption, you know, the issue of corruption in the system, because for some time I was an anti-corruption teacher, or I don't know, you know, and I did the tour of the African countries, you know, going to so many governments, you know, and also working with the civil society. And there is a UN Convention on Anti-Corruption. That convention was brought down to the African level, which is to the AU level. African Union have their own conventions, but all of these conventions are not functional because it seems to have been a demand by someone that you have to meet up with some level of responsibility or before your government. And so the issue of corruption has become endemic. When we're talking about privatization, I want to just take us back to a little when we're talking of Ghana and the cocoa. Nigeria had 4 refineries. Nigeria has oil, a lot of oil. But it's not good enough because IMF came and said you must privatize. All of the refineries died. And then Nigerian crude oil is being taken out of the country and brought back, and then the refined products are brought back, and the poor pay for it. Where is the sense? In international law, there is what you call the slush fund, which is allowed. And so, you know, when you go deeper into foreign policies, you find out that they can actually use this money. Slush fund is allowed. Where there is trouble anywhere, you find out that they will use their own legal money to quench that, and they move ahead and continue to embalm. So I'll leave that there. And so the issue of corruption of our leaders is really terrible. The leader of Nigeria today, the president of Nigeria today, I think he has borrowed more money than the past government, past president has borrowed in 8 years. He has borrowed in less than 2 years. And so the IMF is sitting there. And I'm happy that you are asking this question. Let's not just focus only on when you are giving the money. If IMF tells you that they are giving you 500 million.
5 minutes left.
Okay. 500 million. What, in essence, they may be giving you only 300 million. And this has happened. I was involved in a negotiation, but I was told it was a grant. You know, during an anti-malaria, I was in public health for about 10 years. And we were designing this program, and we were told that the budget was for 100 million. It came from, then there was no World Bank in Nigeria. The mission came from New York. After we finished planning for $100 million, we went to the Ministry of Health when we were now presenting what we have done. Somebody from the planning department asked, he said, how much is the money? I heard 180 million. And I'm like, am I hearing, or is somebody trying to confuse me? And then a few days later, we had a meeting with the minister, and I was told that the money is $280 million. So the only money that is coming to you is just 100 million. They are using the rest for management. They call it management fees. So what is happening? We need to open our eyes. The same thing happened last year. They were going to give Nigerian government, money for women, 500 million, and what we were told is that the management fee was going to be 200 million. The rest is history. What I'm asking is that the money that is being taken, when we are looking at that, IMF is not giving you money that will develop you. They will never give you the money that will develop you. They are giving money that will further impoverish. And what we are saying is total cancellation of the debts. They have taken enough money
3 minutes left.
from us. And so now we say cancel all the debts, give us grants and not loans. And these are the uniqueness of what we're talking about. And so they come in silently. Now they have embedded themselves. They never had offices in African countries. They have embedded themselves and they are giving more loans because they have money and they need to give. I want to say one more thing. I want to bring out the issue of the airlines. For me as a Nigerian, to come into Malawi, I spent about 29 hours. From one airport to another, from another airport to another. What happened? What happened to Zimbabwe Airline, Zim Airways? What happened to the other airlines, Ghana Airways, Nigerian Airways, all of the airways? It was structural adjustment that destroyed them. I just want to remind you. Traveling to Brazil, I have to travel from Nigeria to Dubai. From Dubai, then I'll fly like 14 hours, 45 minutes to go to Brazil. And come back with 14 hours, 45 minutes to Dubai. And then fly 8 hours back to Nigeria. This is an 8-hour flight from Brazil to Nigeria. I just want to let you know so that we can see, that all of the things that we're talking about, we need to take. But I do agree that we need to take responsibility. And the responsibility is the gullibility of our leaders. African leaders, I don't know what they are doing because they seem not to know that you are not carrying anything out of this world. Not even the clothes you are wearing can you take from the world. But the primitive accumulation of wealth, the stealing of our wealth, the looting of the treasury of Africa. Yet, Africa is still the richest continent in the world right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think Laila had a comment. Just keeping in mind I had 2 other questions for Eni. And I think...
Switch off yours. Thank you very much. With the permission of the commissioners, I'd like to respond to Mary's question, which is very important. She says that the IMF and the World Bank do provide budget support and technical assistance, which how wonderful an old colonial institution would be so benign to be able to, extract not only from the continent, but say, hey, I'll give you budget support and I'm going to give you technical assistance. But members of the commissioners, the issue here is that technical assistance comes with conditions. And the conditions would be, for example, align your fiscal policy with that of the OECD, align your fiscal policy with the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and also TRIPS. And what do these institutions demand? They demand that trade barriers be lifted. They demand that tariffs be removed. What does this do to the African economy? And then we're taking away protective measures. So this technical assistance also has implications. And also, the technical assistance that is provided is actually dictating macroeconomic policy frameworks to be introduced onto the continent. And earlier on, I mentioned the white male names, right, whose economic policy is what we're designing the continent's economic structure on the basis of that. And these macroeconomic frameworks, they include austerity, which today they call it with a beautiful word, fiscal consolidation. Okay? And then it's also coming up with issues to do with privatization and also deregulation of our markets to attract foreign capital. So in as much as we're getting the budget support and the technical assistance, indirectly we're bringing about austerity, privatization, deregulation, which then means these technical assistance is about protecting creditor repayment and pushing away a move towards progressive realization for socio-economic rights. So that is the issue, honorable commissioners.
Thank you so much, Laila, for that. I think I'd like to sort of follow up with 2 sort of questions to piggyback on what you've said and what Ms. Ene said. I think the first one is there are stories of countries that have done well, okay? And so we're looking at Côte d'Ivoire, at some point got IMF-supported reforms, and their GDP grew 3 times. We're looking at stories like Rwanda, who has experienced growth at levels upwards of 7.2% between 2010 and 2020. We're looking at countries like Greece. So Greece is not an African country, but that notwithstanding, they had serious problems with debt. And now, finally, their economy looks like it's turning around. So what would you say? And that's why I keep saying we need to bring it back and look inwards and get our house in order and decide the way forward. Another comment is that if you look at, talking about the economists, there were the 4 economists, isn't it? This is in the tax space, and then of course IMF, World Bank were created, Bretton Woods institutions, etc. And I think another thing to think about is that we can no longer sit down and say, we don't know what to do. We don't have expertise. We don't have experience. We have PhDs in the room, several, right? You can't tell me that we don't have our own economists. Another thing is that there is a wave globally when it comes to international tax cooperation where we are saying that no, as African countries, we are not rule takers, we are going to be the rule makers. And like I said initially, I am here to sort of jog your thinking, to start saying that we need to sit down as a continent, find a way and forums to bring up the issues that we are raising here and saying, look, this is not working for us, and this is why it's not working for us. And we will not take anything less than reform. I had 2 other quick questions. I don't know if there's time.
I am not sure unless we close with Madam Ene.
Oh, no,
unless,
I have many other questions.
Sorry, it will have to be 1 question per person in the interest of time, because we must listen to the closing submissions.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Ene. I think I'll leave it at that. I think the next person, I had a question.
And then Mary, go straight. You're the one who is leading us in prosecuting the other, what the alternatives.
Yeah.
Go straight to the question, and as counsel, not as teacher.
Okay.
Thank you.
Am I done?
So the next, sorry.
Am I done?
Yes, you're done.
Sorry, can I just say something? I just want to say that the technical assistance that we're talking about is your money that is for the technical assistance. You are paying for every loan that they give. There's already that money embedded. I just want to talk about an experience with the World Bank. During COVID times, the country director of World Bank, I issued a statement because we heard that Nigeria was going to take some loans. And we kicked against it. When we did that, the World Bank invited me, then I was the country director of ActionAid, and invited me for a meeting, and I was wondering why World Bank, because they know how I feel about them, and I had the right to feel that about them, because all of these policies were things that some of my colleagues died when I was a student, while we are struggling against the structural adjustment program. And so he called, and we went for the meeting, and no, they came. It was an online meeting during COVID. And he said, Ene, you know, you had a press release. He went round and round until he came to the press release. I said, yes. And I said, if they dare, we were going to go on a protest. And then he said, I think this is the best time to rise the fuel prices and also the energy hike. The World Bank was the one that stood on Nigeria and said, so the whole thing is not over. They are moving and further subjugating, and they are still bringing in more measures. And I looked at the guy. I know the country you come from. If at a time like this, during COVID that had further impoverished people, you want to increase fuel hike, they said remove fuel subsidies. I said, in my country, we produce oil. But our refineries are not working. Our young people, I can tell you, there are so many young people who are ready to marry in Africa because Africa has a lot of young people. They are ready to marry. They cannot marry. You have 40-year-old women, girls, that cannot be asked for marriage because those who are to marry them have no jobs. Many of you have trained a lot of people. We have trained so many people, they have no jobs, and so these children cannot move. We are talking of a very, very important thing. I was in a meeting in Germany, my last, please, the Honorable Commission. I had a meeting in Germany, I was in a meeting in Germany, and I told the people while they were talking about migration. And I said, you went to Africa to take some people from Africa. Now we are being further impoverished. What you are doing now, take it or not. If Africa, because there is crisis everywhere in Africa, because of minerals, because of natural resources, they are coming to take it. If you think it's okay that the boats are capsizing, Africa will come to you because humanity will take care of itself. When you are squeezed into a borehole, you will find a way to get out. And so Africa will come to Europe or to wherever they are if they cannot find a way out. I went to Sierra Leone, Senegal, in an island, 18 islands. We met with the people. Some of them have been, deported from Europe 4 times. They say they are going again because in their islands, it is the foreign ships that are taking their fish. There is no place for them. So the issue of IMF, the world, we are not saying that we cannot exist with other members of the world. Nobody is an island anymore. We need to come together, but we must come on equal terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So next we'll have Kizito. Okay, so we can't. Oh, he's here. Oh, all right.
Honorable Commissioners, as Kizito takes the stage, may I also just say a quick statement? I disagree from what Mary has said about why the Asian tigers rose better than Africa, and because of the IMF programs there. I think I've just done a quick research to see that majority of the Asian tigers, the reason why they rose was not because of IMF bailout plans or IMF programs into their country. It was because the state itself intervened. The state intervened to protect their infant industries, and the state designed very strong capital controls. The same thing that Tunisia is also doing by rejecting IMF SAPs and IMF new programs being brought in. And you'll also see words from an important, esteemed, I think an economist, Joseph Stiglitz, and he also said about Greece, the reason why Greece got out of debt, right, is not because IMF came to bail it out, but he says there was an entire debt write-off for Greece, and it was not to save Greece, but to save European banks. And I would advise everybody in the room here to get a hold of the book by Professor Lumba, who's written a book called Monetary Authorities. That book very succinctly speaks about racial capitalism and the supremacy of the US dollar. And that is the book that lays the foundations to show why the IMF and the World Bank are structurally strong global financial institutions that should not be replaced on the basis of white supremacy. So I would just like Mary to consider that carefully.
Thank you. I hadn't yet asked the question about the tiger economies, so you preempted. It was a preemptive strike, but there we go. So, Kizito, I just have one question for you, and my question is, we're here arguing against these international financial institutions, and yet the World Bank development policy financing includes pro-poor and pro-climate conditionalities. And in addition to that, they do take into account minimum spending on things such as health, which majority of the population that are poor rely on. So what is your take on that? Is the problem with implementation? Is it that they're not doing enough? What are your thoughts?
Hello. Thank you very much for the question. The issue really has been about the fact that whenever you go to somebody, let me take it on a lighter note, you go to someone to borrow money, you have a reason for walking into the person's office or premises to ask for that assistance. Of course, you might not be a charitable organization. This is to say that whatever loan that will be offered, whatever assistance that will be offered, you would expect some interest, some payback on the assistance that will be offered to you. But having said that, I'm trying to establish the fact that it lies not with the creditor then to set extreme conditions for the borrower, in the sense that whilst you may give certain conditions, maybe attached to the payment of the loan, probably in terms of the fiscals, my argument is that it lies completely wrong with the creditor's position to then dictate certain conditions that we've talked about. I mean, of course, and the most critical aspect of it has been what we said, the structures, the structural adjustment programs that are highlighted earlier when I took the stand. It lies not with the creditor then to make an argument that all these things ought to be done in order that you qualify for the assistance that I'm giving you. I don't know if that answers you.
To a certain extent, I think for me the thing that is left unanswered is if I don't feel convinced that I don't feel convinced that it is not for the creditor to set the criteria rather than the debtor country. I mean, is it because your argument is that the debtor country knows best what their needs are? Or is it, and what my thinking is that, look, we're aware that maybe structural adjustment programs have caused this XYZ damage. We've listened, we know, and now what we're saying is that even if you need to sort of shrink public spending, it should not go beyond a certain point. And so the question would, in my mind, be how far do we reduce? Is it enough? But I'm gathering that you're saying that it is up to the debtor country to say for themselves what they need.
You may have to repeat the question because I missed your point.
No, the question that I'm asking is, what is your argument? Is your argument that it is not for us Africans as borrowing countries to be dictated to what the floor should be? Is that what you're saying?
So lost.
Sorry, he seems to have.
It's that I'm not hearing you well. Or
5 minutes left.
Hi. Okay. So my question. Okay. Just rephrase your response to the question that I initially asked. No, it's okay. Just. No, just rephrase. I asked my question again. So my question initially was that when we are receiving this money from the IMF and the World Bank, there are usually pro-poor and pro-climate conditionalities that are included. And among that includes sometimes there being a limit below which you cannot go to when it comes to spending on the provision of public services that are particularly relied on by the poor, so such as health care. So my question therefore is, what is your response? Because you're saying that the IMF is bad, all their conditionalities are terrible, the SAP is blah, blah, blah. But what I'm saying is that the IMF and the World Bank do have they do take into consideration these aspects. And my question to you was, what is your reaction to that?
Thank you very much. Let me answer you in another way. Of course, I mean, if you take a cursory look through Africa, you would see a number of Africans who have appeared before the IMF and the World Bank to take several loans. And out of these loans, as your argument says, are pro-poor conditions that are given to these African borrowers. But can you tell me, what has the pro-poor conditions that the IMF give contributed? How has they contributed to the benefits or to the well-being of the borrowers? If you cannot point to any one specific country that those conditions attached to, the loans that they took or the credit that they took have contributed to their well-being, then of course the larger African market, the larger African society, it's clear enough that these conditions that they set for, even including the pro-poor conditions, are in no way contributing to their growth or their benefit, or out of the situations they might have gone to the IMF and the World Bank to seek the credit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that response. Leila has a comment.
May I please, Commissioners? So just to respond, I disagree with the take that you're putting up, that IMF has all these policies, and I'll tell you that's a non-issue. It is a flawed understanding of pro-poor policies, and it's also legally unsound, because if you look at the markers of the SDG 1, which simply says that by 2030 we should be able to meet SDG 1 so that there's no poverty in the country, poverty is on the rise. Income inequality, wealth inequality is on the rise. So if IMF indeed is asking for these provisions to be part and parcel of the debt conditions that is providing the continent, then it is definitely a wrong argument. Also, why? Because the Abuja Declaration of 2001 says African states must increase their health budget to 15%. That's a pro-poor policy measure. So if IMF is so much concerned about that, why isn't it pushing African governments to raise their health budget to 15%? Health budget is between 3 to 5%. So that argument just doesn't stand, and I would ask the commissioners to just dismiss it.
1 minute left.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Leila. I think the question that I would pose to you in response to your comment is that just because the IMF, well, I don't have an exact figure, but all I'm saying is that the IMF you cannot make the argument that they, simply because they're not pushing for 16%, that they're not pushing for pro-poor services. And essentially what I'm trying to say is that there's a flaw, okay? So meaning that you cannot spend below a certain amount on so you cannot slash beyond a certain amount.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Leila. We'll wait to hear your submissions on this particular matter. And thank you, Kizito.
So the last question goes to Honorable Shabalala.
As Honorable Shabalala works on that, the communication team, please cue the response that we have from the online team. 3 minutes.
So my question is just going to look at sort of the history of how we got here, because you touched on that in your presentation. So the first question is the IMF entirely to blame for the indebtedness of African countries? One, because there have been other factors at play. So for example, we had the oil crisis in the 70s and 80s. We had the global financial crisis in the 2010s. We have COVID. And then tied onto that question is what, therefore, should be how much attention should we really pay to the IMF, given that the profile of creditors has changed over time? So now we have a lot more commercial lenders that are playing in the market when it comes to debt, as compared to sort of IMF, World Bank, sort of government-to-government loans. And I think that will be my final question.
Thank you. So I want to answer you by taking you to Ghana, which was the first country to be so-called independent. That's why we even call it the so-called, because it is not. So you shouldn't be asking me questions as if you're talking about an ideally free Africa. I think let's put that on record first. Nkrumah did not want to go the IMF and World Bank route. if they are so committed to our liberation, why didn't they respect that about him? He was a duly elected president of a so-called first independent country. Why would they have engineered a coup in Ghana in assistance with the secret services of the West to take him out just to force Ghana to do exactly what he had asked them not to do? Now Ghana is sitting with a debt default economy about the same thing that they were warned about. I hear you say there are other actors, but the traditional lenders for me in Africa remain, because there is something in HR called setting a precedent. They set a precedent on how Africa can be raped to the bone using the international financial system. So whoever came after copied from them. But remember, they are also not the first. They copied from the chartered mercantile companies, who's their predecessor. So no, I'll blame the IMF squarely, because I gave the example of Zim also, where a sitting president says, I want to nationalize, I want to have state intervention in the economy. They engineer sanctions. Zimbabwe has been reduced to a basket case. They were, in the 80s, they were the agricultural provider for Southern Africa. They had food security that far exceeded a whole lot of countries. Today they are buying maize from South Africa. And you want to sit there and say that is not the IMF and World Bank doing. I mean, if you want to understand the character of anything, you look at the root. They were never formed for African liberation in the first place. The World Bank was formed to restructure Europe after the war. And they used us to restructure their economy so that they are benefiting. I mean, the IMF tells us and the World Bank we should liberalize, open the economy. They are telling us now, and remember, they are not the lone voice. This is the cartel. Whenever the OECD speaks, you must also hear the IMF speaking at the back of your head. Whenever all these bodies that are not in the UN, when they speak, hear the IMF. They are telling us fossil fuels are bad. Do you know in Canada they are subsidizing fossil fuels to the tune of $30 billion US currently? They are telling us fossil fuels are bad. They are subsidizing fossil fuels. So they speak with a forked tongue. For me, the IMF and World Bank have never been pro-African. They are not pan-African. They are not even pan-European. They are just pure fascist organizations.
Thank you for that response. I think that brings me to the end of my questions, and what I'd leave you with is, like we said, we must look at our backyard and see how we can get our house in order, whether that means uniting and fighting for what is right, whether that means reducing corruption, whether that means speaking up. We should all take responsibility for our future as a continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary, for daring to walk in that path. I am sure you will enrich our submissions. We now have Howard. Are we ready with the response online? No, we are not. Okay. If it could then be typed, and then probably it can go into the submissions and we can look at that. Distinguished people of Africa who thrived before mercantile trade and slave trade, and now we are almost being made poor. We are coming to the end of the African Commission inquiry on the high indebtedness, and we are about to be informed what the people of Africa want. And at this point, I'll invite the three councils to make their submissions. 10 minutes each. Keep it African. Africans are loud, Africans have energy, Africans are poetic. Robert, over to you.
Good evening. I'm going to be making closing remarks for the first accusation that basically was on debt. And we all had the presentation by the victim, Jacqueline. She touched base on what is happening here in Malawi. We also had evidence and facts that were brought forward by Mr. Pembele, who was the witness for allegation number 1. And in allegation number 1, what we wanted to highlight for the inquiry for the commissioners was to look into the debt contracting between African countries and the IMF and the World Bank, and especially to demonstrate that the contracting is very discriminatory, especially when it comes to taxes, and also when it comes to the credit rating systems. For instance, when Jacqueline was giving her witness statement, we could all hear what she said about how the government has cut down on socio-economic rights for the people in Malawi. We also heard her talking about how the government has cut down on fuel levies that has in place led to the increase in the prices of fuel, and that in general makes the living cost in Malawi very high. And it's my submission that the conditionalities that are put forth by the IMF are leading to this. And they are leading to this because these conditions are put forward as a deliberate policy choice that are imposed on African countries. So what we would want the tribunal and the commission to look forward for is that we want the IMF to look into issues of debt restructuring with the African countries, and also adjustment measures that come in to say that they're not going to they're not going to reduce the benefits for the vulnerable communities, and also issues of moratoriums for debts in African countries. Currently, we do not have any moratoriums on debt by the IMF, and that is one of the issues that we're pushing for, that there need to be moratoriums, there need to be debt restructuring and debt reliefs as a standard option in the annual country reports. For instance, Nigeria has also implemented various reforms to address the debt crisis, but challenges also continue to remain, like the high spending on socio-economic programs, because the debts that they are getting, they are coming with conditionalities to cut down on spending on austerity measures, and that in itself is a human right issue that also needs to be looked into. And also the conditionalities that are being put forth by IMF, we need for the African countries also to come in as through maybe the AU to ask for more voting rights as is in the IMF. And these in itself will bring forth the African rights, and also will maybe give more strength to the African countries. And the issues we raised, we had 3 questions that we needed answers towards. And one of the issues was to ask, do we need for a reformed, fair and decentralized credit rating agency? And my answer to that will be in the affirmative, to say yes, we do, because these credit rating agencies do not treat African countries well, and that is what leads to higher loans and higher interest rates that are discriminatory in nature. Because what African countries...
We have 5 minutes left.
What African countries are getting as interest rates are higher compared to the global north, and that is not fair for African countries. We also looked into the framing of debt contracts, and clearly, even from the other allegation, it was clear that the debt framing in Africa with the IMF is not equal, it's unequal because of unequal bargaining power, also lack of transparency and local oversight over the same, and the conditionality clauses that are put forth in the contracts leading to from the IMF Articles of Agreement, Article 5, Section 3. We also have demonstrated to the commissioners the role of IMF in the debt crisis, and this is due to the conditionalities that are put and the reluctant nature of the IMF in restructuring a precondition for granting new loans, while the IMF, and also that the IMF is very reluctant to also recommend the same. And it does not also hesitate to demand for stringent adjustment measures in debtor countries. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Council. We take note of your submission, and if you could, we'll give you an email where you can give us the written submissions to help us as we write the judgment. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Robert. Council, are we in agreement, or are you ready? We can discuss.
Honorable members of the tribunal, I come before you today to institute the findings that have come up from to talk about the issues, the legal issues, the facts, and the rule of law, and the findings that have come out of it. We noticed, as our witnesses and victims had presented to us, the information that was quite key for this exercise. We noted that African countries spend 22 times more on debt servicing than social protection. This is organized cruelty disguised as fiscal responsibility. 43 African countries are cutting $183 billion between 2022 and 2026 under pressure from these institutions, while 25 countries, 16 of them African, spend more debt repayment than on education, health, social protection combined. So what are the systematic legal violations? These institutions have led systemic violations of binding international law. They have, number one, violated the right of health. In Sierra Leone, as evidenced through our key expert witness, had IMF wage caps at 6% of GDP, well below 9% global average. This created a health crisis. The country maintains only 7 nurses per 10,000 patients, against the recommended 83 by WHO. Number 2, it violated the right of education. Number 1, it actually violates Article 12 of the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Number 2 is violation of education, which violates Article 13 of the ICESR and disproportionately affects girls, constituting gender discrimination. I'm sorry. Maybe I need some water. I'm sorry. Sierra Leone post-Ebola experience shows how IMF austerity froze education budgets and halted teacher recruitment precisely when rebuilding was needed. Number 3, what else was violated? It was the rights of social security. This violates Article 9. Thank you so much. Article 9, 12, and 13 of the ICESR to ensure minimal social security levels. Most African countries spend less than 1% of GDP on social assistance while being forced to prioritize debt. How are we surviving? Number 4, with the violation of the doctrine of maximum available resources. When countries spend 22 times more on debt than social protection, they demonstrably fail to use maximum available resources for human rights. The core obligation under Article 2.1 of the ICESR. The UN Committee has emphasized the obligation is immediate and non-derogable. It needs to be the right to be suspended or restricted. Therefore, what exactly was our case study? Our case study was Sierra Leone, Tunisia, bits of Malawi, as demonstrated by our fellow witnesses. There's a pattern in it. Healthcare workers, there were healthcare workers shortages. There was deterioration in the education system. There was systematic transfer of social costs from states to individuals, particularly women. In the DRC, less than 4% of the budget goes to health, while 80% of citizens pay out of pocket for medical care. Okay, the legal authorities we have cited. That's ICESR, social cultural rights, CEDAW.
You have 5 minutes left.
The African Charter of Human People's Rights. These establish binding obligations that admit no exceptions for fiscal convenience. When the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights issues authoritative interpretations of state obligations, these carry legal weight that cannot be dismissed for macroeconomic theories. Based on this evidence, we request this tribunal declare, number 1. First, the austerity conditionalities systematically violate the International Covenant of Economic and Social and Cultural Rights and constitute discrimination against women under CEDAW. Second, the IMF and World Bank must bear institutional responsibility for deaths and suffering caused by their policies, including acknowledgement that deaths like Lydie's father resulted from their systematic defunding of essential services. Third, reparation should be sought to address healthcare, education, social protection deficits created by decades of austerity. This includes emergency funding to restore healthcare systems, rebuild education, and establish social protection floors. Fourth, human rights-based alternatives that prioritize progressive realization of economic and social rights with mandatory human rights impact assessments for all lending programs. Fifth, IMF and World Bank write off all existing loans due to fiscal constraint and instead position itself in providing only grants. I rest my case.
3 minutes left.
Thank you.
Seems like, councils, you have set a precedent for 7 minutes as opposed to 10 minutes. Dr. Leila, I don't know whether that will apply to you. You have 10 minutes. If you stick to the precedent, the better.
Farin, you chose to drop water here. It was very bad manners. I'm just joking. Anyway, so I'm going to start by presenting some statistics, and then I'm going to have the asks for the Commission. And allow me to read, because I've just been typing this as we speak. So, the Burundian professor Leonce Dikumana, fantastic guy, you must read his work. He has documented that Africa has collectively lost $1 trillion in illicit financial flows. Let that amount sink in. UNCTAD has estimated that annually Africa loses $89 billion because of capital flight, illicit financial flows. The Tax Justice Network has revealed that the world loses over $400 billion in corporate tax avoidance annually. Corruption and money laundering costs the global economy between 3 to 6% of the GDP of the world. That's a lot of money. The SDGs need financing in the sum of $4 trillion. Now, Oxfam, this is interesting. Oxfam audited the World Bank, and in their audit, they revealed that about $41 billion in climate finance from the World Bank's portfolio is unaccounted for. These are huge figures. And these are figures with implications. Now, Oxfam has also documented that in 2021, 85% of IMF loans required governments to adopt austerity measures. I should probably just end here, because that in itself is a telling statement. Now, this is the design of the global financial system that decenters capital from Africa and centers that capital within Western nations. And this is the reason we are here with the 4 legal issues that we have against IMF and World Bank, because their policies have generated this degenerative sort of an economic ordering that is not supporting African growth and African fiscal sovereignty. So on the issues related to IMF-designed structural adjustment programs, which was issue number 3, and on the issue related to the IMF and the World Bank's structurally privileged global financial system, which was issue number 4, the Commission should pronounce itself on the following 4 asks from ourselves. And in my opening statements and through the expert witnesses we had alongside our victim, we've already established through facts and empirical evidence the retrogression that has been engineered by IMF and World Bank. So the Commission should pronounce itself first on 1, that the IMF and the World Bank have deliberately created and maintained a global financial system that perpetuates colonial economic relationships through modern financial mechanisms. This was proven. It has systematically discriminated against African nations in resource allocation, voting rights, and access to finance. Victim number 3 already spoke about the asymmetries in SDR allocation. The World Bank and the IMF, together, that financial system that they have created constitutes structural economic subjugation that violates the fundamental principle of sovereign equality. Both Mr. Pembe and Madame Ene already established that in their expert testimony. The second pronouncement the Commission should make is that the IMF and the World Bank have irreparably failed their mandate and must be replaced. Because 80 years of operation has entrenched inequality rather than promoting development. Governance structures that have been created in 1944 cannot be reformed to serve 21st century needs. And these institutions have become vehicles for extraction rather than development, and we gave evidence of the interest rates between Kenya and Germany just to put this point home. The third pronouncement that the Commission should make is that a new global fund is recommended to be established based on two things: a governance structure and a new SDR system. For the governance structure, we want one country, one vote, which is a true democratic representation. We want regional rotation of leadership positions.
5 minutes left.
We want transparent decision-making with public participation, and we do not want a single country to have veto power. On the SDR system, we want allocation to be based on combination of population, development needs, climate vulnerability. The SDR value basket must include commodities, not the GBP, the USD, the REN, and the Euro. It's got to have gold, oil, and strategic minerals to be able to give Africa that currency valuation that it requires, right? We just don't want to see currencies. We want recognition of natural resource wealth in allocation formulas, and we want automatic allocation during global crisis based on impact, not economic size. And finally, the Commission should pronounce itself that immediate moratorium on all debt service to IMF and World Bank be declared pending institutional transition to a new global fund housed in Africa. We need to see an audit of all existing debts for legitimacy and legality. And we need to see a transfer of SDR allocations from overrepresented to underrepresented nations. Let this be the order of the Commission to compensate Africa for the economic damage that has been inflicted through the IMF asymmetrical policies. The end.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Commission will start by thanking Aphrodite and all its partners, all of you who have come from various countries to participate in this Commission. We thank the technical teams, we thank the advocates who have led their complainants, the witnesses, and the experts to give us their views. We thank the person who stood for the World Bank and IMF. We thank our timekeepers. And tomorrow, we'll continue with the Commission report, our findings on what you have tendered before us as form of evidence, and the arguments of the World Bank and IMF. They will make recommendations in our final report. So the Commission stands closed for today. Thank you very much. We need that their papers badly.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Some few logistical announcements, but before that, just a quick overview of tomorrow's program. As per guided by the Council, Tomorrow we'll continue. Specifically, we'll hear the judgment from our distinguished judges here present. And then the next item on the agenda for tomorrow will be a launch of a legal study on date in Malawi, a report which was commissioned by Pan-African Lawyers Union with AfroDat. So they did a report on that. So we'll witness its launch tomorrow. So we'll have a brief overview of the report, the summary of the report, and then we'll launch it tomorrow. And then we also have a panel of discussion, which will be children-led panel of discussion on the impact of date on social protection and public investment in children. And after that, the last but one item on the agenda, we also have a panel to discuss issues of date and elections. I know most of the African countries will be going to pause this year, including Malawi. Ours is immediate. September 16th, we'll be going to the pause for the general elections. How best can we profile date issues to become an elections agenda? So we'll have discussions around that tomorrow as well. And then the last agenda for tomorrow will be a press conference that will engage members of the press from different countries. We have members of the press from other countries as well, Ghana and other countries, including Malawi. So we'll have a press conference to round up everything. So that's how tomorrow looks like. We still have the afternoon tea. So as we are going back, please, it's being served at the back of this hall. So there is a door there. We just go at the back of this hall. That's where tea is being served. For the local participants, in terms of logistics, pass by the registration desk at the door. You'll be well taken care of. Otherwise, thank you so much for being a very lively audience today. It's been so great, so interesting, full of knowledge and knowledge exchange and sharing. So let's clap hands for ourselves for the participation. And a big hand, also a round of applause for our councils here. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's convene tomorrow at 8:30 sharp so that we exhaust the program and call it a day in good time.
To make sure that the government accepts.
All right, thank you.
That should be the issue. How do we force the government now to accept? So it should be a condition of the loan that you publish the loan in digital platforms, and you must accept accountability and transparency and participatory approach to managing all those things. And that parliament should be enhanced too.
A part of the solution is integration of Africa. We will never be able to negotiate as these small countries.
Because that is what we should tell them. Yeah. Because no one country will go and negotiate for